All right, would people please seek out their seats and we'll get going? Welcome to day number 2 of the in-person meeting. I welcome everyone, and we'll kick off the meeting with a roll call of attendance. Kristen Honey.
Present.
Dennis Dixon.
Here.
Richard Horowitz.
Present.
Lise Negrovic.
Present.
Alan Richards. David Leby. Pat Smith.
Here.
Rob Smith. Wendy Adams. Ben Beard.
Here.
Scott Cooper. Bob Sabatino.
Here.
John Alcott here. So I think we have a quorum to begin, and I know there's some people that are on their way as well, but we have a quorum and we'll go ahead and start. I'd like to start off actually with a comment from Ben Beard.
Thanks, John. I just wanted to clarify for the record a statement that I made yesterday about Lyme disease treatment guidelines at CDC's website. And what I wanted to clarify is that the only specific treatment regimens that we post are for localized early Lyme disease. And we don't mention either ILADS or IDSA treatment guidelines or any information on treating late or complicated Lyme disease. We further state that the specific regimens that we post at our website are for localized early Lyme, that they are guidelines only, and they may need to be adjusted depending on the person's age, their medical history, their underlying health conditions, pregnancy status, or allergies. And then we go on to state that for details on research into chronic Lyme disease and long-term treatment trials sponsored by NIH, they should visit the NIH website, and we have that link there. And so if you want to verify anything that I've just said, the source of this is www.cdc.gov/Lyme/treatment. So this is summarized from that site. Thanks for the chance to clarify that.
Thanks, Matt. So I'll begin by recapping what we accomplished during a long day yesterday, long but incredibly productive. And what we did yesterday was starting the work of the working group. Prior to that, the subcommittees had been working, but yesterday we really started the main work regarding producing the working group report by the 14 members of the working group, which are assembled today. We started out with an exercise to look at areas of agreement and controversy, and what happened, I think, was encouraging. There was a lot of things that the working group agreed on, and when we voted on those, they were almost unanimous in very major core areas of agreement. And then we went on to areas of controversy, and that was in some ways even more encouraging because we had really open, frank discussions about what the areas of controversy were, and we agreed on what was controversial. We didn't agree on the answer or the solution, but I thought it was fantastic that this group could sit together and have very diverse opinions and yet put them forth respectfully and get a good discussion. So we have agreement, we have controversies, and then what we went into was having the subcommittees, co-chairs present their subcommittee reports, and we did that for several reasons. One is so that people could see what they had prioritized. They didn't present all of their potential actions, but they prioritized them, and they presented them, and again, we had good, lively discussions and voted on them. And that occurred also in a way that allowed us to identify overlaps, because there are a lot of overlaps that will be needed to reconcile in the report so we don't repeat things, and that was part of the process. And so that went really well, and then we talked about how we'd be incorporating inventories of federal actions and public input, which we'll talk about more today. And then we also decided on 5 writing groups for the report that would synthesize all the elements of data, not just the subcommittee reports, but the other data like inventories and public input. And we identified 5 writing groups, and we'll be talking about those 5 writing groups more today, and who will be leading them. And those will be the writing groups that will now receive the baton and start writing. So a lot done yesterday, and we look forward to keeping the momentum going today.
And a big focus of today, we're kicking it off with public comment and want to hear more perspectives on Lyme and tick-borne illness. And so want to just reiterate that this is a team effort, and it needs all of us. The lived experience, the patient perspective, the caregivers, the loved ones of patients, technical scientific knowledge, interdisciplinary problem solving skills. We want to create this area where all perspectives, all backgrounds are valued and equal. Not the same, different, but equal. We will not always agree, but debate is good. We're stronger when we find the common ground that we share and together unite. If we shout different things all at once, all of our voices will be lost. If we shout the same thing at once, our shared priorities magnify the message. So the process we're trying to do through this working group is to identify some of those shared messages and shout them together from different perspectives to move the needle on tick-borne illness. This does not mean we'll agree on everything, and we're not going to cover up things that we disagree on. We will flag them in the report. There are opportunities for minority opinion. Next slide, please. So just before we get into public comment, want to reiterate what our vision is, why we're all here. This is to create a nation free of tick-borne diseases where new infections are prevented and patients have access to affordable care that restores health. And yesterday we approved a mission statement. Many thanks to Bob and Coop. And this mission statement, the Tick-Borne Disease Working Group's mission, as mandated through the 21st Century Cures Act, is to provide expertise and to review all efforts within the Department of Health and Human Services related to all tick-borne diseases to help ensure interagency coordination and minimize overlap and to examine research priorities. As part of this mandate, and in order to provide expertise, we will ensure that the membership of the working group represents a diversity of scientific disciplines and views and is comprised of both federal and non-federal representatives, including patients and family members or caregivers, advocates of nonprofit in the interest of patients with tick-borne illnesses, clinicians, and researchers. A major responsibility of our mission will be to develop and regularly update the action of HHS from the past, present, and the future. Next slide, please. And before we dive into public comment, want to just reiterate how we're going to get there. How do we achieve this vision and mission? And part of that are shared values. We may not always agree on what to do with facts, but we can agree on how to operate, and the core values are respect. Everyone is valued. Innovation, shifting the paradigm, finding a better way. Honesty and integrity, find the truth, tell the truth. Excellence, quality real-world evidence underlies decision-making. Compassion, finding solutions to relieve suffering. Collaboration, work with citizens and patients as equal partners. And accountability, the buck stops here. And with that, we'd like to turn it over to public comment.
So we're going to begin the public comment period now. If people can get ready, we'll call you up one by one in the order that was predetermined. You'll have 3 minutes, and we'll give you a 15-second warning. This is not a time where we're asking questions from either side. It's a time for you to get your public comment out. So with that, we can go ahead and begin the public comment period. Our first speaker is Beth Carrison Vanderhyde. Hi, good morning. Start, please.
Waiting for, okay.
Yes, please, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, my name is Beth Carrison Vanderhyde, and I'm speaking here today on behalf of those diagnosed with alpha-gal syndrome. Thank you again for including alpha-gal and other tick-borne conditions in your recommendations. On May 30th, Taj Talk Internet TV and Tick-Borne Conditions United is sponsoring the first international live webcast of alpha-gal syndrome symposium. We invite you to register to learn more about alpha-gal or participate at tbcunited.com, where leading experts will share fact-based information. Regarding your mission today, I'd like to quickly highlight a few noteworthy items. Alpha-gal is a carbohydrate allergy, not a protein allergy. Please update your recommendations to accurately reflect this. Number 2, over the last few years, Vicor Labs has reported approximately 58,000 positive alpha-gal blood tests. Please know some may be annual repeat tests, so approximately 14,600 have been just in the last 12 months, which might provide a better data capture of annual numbers with hardly any awareness out there about alpha-gal. Please ensure this is number 3, please ensure all recommendations will still be available to conditions mentioned within the other category, which alpha-gal falls under. I'm speaking of words of such as disease, for one example. It would be devastating to lose ground that the committee has moved forward on. Number 4, the development and review of existing medications and/or natural repellents, including vaccinations, should include the absence of mammalian-derived ingredients. My own Lyme treatment was delayed approximately 2 months because of this problem. Please consider worldwide collaboration with Australia and Sweden, especially since it may benefit some of our research. They've had some advancements with the alpha-gal syndrome. Number 6, Steve Troxler, the North Carolina Agricultural Commissioner, was recently diagnosed with alpha-gal and may be able to assist you in the economic impact when considering the growth of alpha-gal syndrome and the removal of mammalian ingredients within the household. Number 7, Pat, thank you especially for raising the issues about children in schools. Alpha-gal kids often have to leave school due to reactions. Sometimes it takes a day, maybe 4 or a week to rebound from anaphylaxis. Consider also children, like we have in our group, with autism and other special needs that are not typically able to adequately advocate for themselves to avoid and/or respond to exposure, which is leaving them at risk for anaphylaxis. Since most adults really don't understand, they're just ignorant of where mammalian products are hidden within everyday foods and products that the kids are using in the schools. Lastly, regarding education, please consider also including entities such as pharmacists, anesthesiologists, hospital cafeterias, correctional facilities like jails, nursing homes, rehabs, orphanages, and EMS personnel, all with whom we have had in our alpha-gal group struggling to navigate the nuances of alpha-gal syndrome. You can learn more about alpha-gal on May 30th at tbcunited.com. Kristen, we are better and stronger together. You're right. Thank you very much for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much. Our next commenter will be Julia Barisi.
I used to love to dance and play sports. I used to love bike rides and night swims with my best friends. I took pride in my straight A's and my seat as vice president in student body. I miss those things so much. Today, I just dream of taking a step. Morning blessings to you all. My name is Julia Brzezzi, and I am 14 years old. When I was 9 years old, I had a tick bite with a bullseye rash. My pediatrician was not concerned and sent me home. After that tick bite, I experienced exhaustion, vision difficulties, body aches, weakness, and frequent fevers. I suffered silently for the next 2 years, and my pediatrician blamed it on growing pains and viruses. Then suddenly, I fell acutely ill and lost my ability to walk. I found myself in hospital beds, paralyzed and unconscious. After testing negative to extensive serological workups, doctors would insist it was all in my head. I was comatose, losing my hair, unable to move, suffering high fevers, night and day sweats, chills and shaking, and difficulty breathing. We were abandoned by doctors, hospitals, and insurance companies. That July, thanks to my dad's research and perseverance to find an answer, I was clinically diagnosed with Lyme disease, Bartonella, and babiosis. After a week of treatment, I had regained my mental status and was able to feel my toes. I had now tested positive for Lyme and other co-infections, but I was getting worse after my Lyme specialist could not treat me further. Nonetheless, after suddenly getting blessed by Pope Francis and receiving major media coverage and an outpouring of love and support from around the world, I was able to get the treatment and see a Lyme specialist with the money raised by my community. Once again, due to my dad's persistence, I was able to see Dr. Richard Horowitz. He treated my Bartonella, babiosis, co-infections, and is the first doctor to ever treat me for POTS. Suddenly, my day and night sweats, high fevers, difficulty breathing, and other symptoms that had me bedridden were almost gone. I was seeing more improvement than I had ever seen and still am, and for the first time in a while, I had hope. You see, my story is just one of so many. Millions suffer in silence from this horrible disease. It is unfair. The Lyme disease has stolen my childhood and my life. Fortunately, I had the world behind me. I had my family, my saving grace. Most don't have others to support them and be a light for them when they are trying to see in the dark. So today, I come here and sit from my wheelchair in front of you all to be a light to those people, to be their voice. I believe in my heart that this working group can make a much-needed change. So please, open your eyes and hear our calls for help. Be our light, our guide. We need you. It is time to take action. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. David Connor.
Good morning. Last month, Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center announced that the Epstein-Barr virus that causes mononucleosis increases the risk for some people of developing multiple sclerosis, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, and other serious autoimmune illnesses. When this group met last December, the CDC's webpage that describes post-treatment Lyme disease syndrome acknowledged that some infections cause autoimmune dysfunction, and it at least acknowledged that symptoms linger, if not worsen, in many Lyme patients after treatment. The website was later changed to eradicate any suggestion of potential immune system complications, and it currently focuses instead on warning about prolonged antibiotics and advises readers not to believe federally unsupported information. As my health degraded throughout my 30s, I read CDC and NIH information, and a dozen specialists were unable to explain why my health was failing. One neurologist even told me that a long vacation might cure my nerve pain. I only found a diagnosis and treatment that worked after finally heeding a friend who is a nurse and privately urged me to see a Lyme disease specialist. Many patients experience persisting and even worsening symptoms after treatment, and those patients continue to be set aside as an afterthought or a non-thought. Whether persisting symptoms are caused by persisting infection, an acute infection catalyzing an autoimmune disease process, or some other process, patients' lives are being devastated by diseases that are mistaken for everything from Alzheimer's to multiple sclerosis. Frustrations from within the Lyme community typically focus on CDC. It's necessary to focus as well on NIH, whose investment in tick-borne disease research is staggeringly inadequate. Knowing what has been learned about the consequences of Epstein-Barr and about Lyme disease patient reports, infectious diseases whose hosts experience long-term chronic illness that follows infection must be researched as illnesses that span multiple systems and perhaps should be moved to the custody of a different class of researchers with interests beyond infectious diseases. Standard clinical practice as well is siloed by design, and as such it overlooks important multi-system illnesses as specialists focus solely on one system in isolation. One reason Lyme patients value our doctors so much is because Lyme specialists tend to look at patients as whole people and whole bodies, which is radically different than today's medical specialty paradigm, whose adherents continue to tell extremely ill people that we are not ill, based solely on the results of laboratory tests that are inherently limited by design and which by design cannot account for illnesses this complex. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter will be Anna Landgren. Anna? Okay. Move on to the next speaker then, Enrico Bruzzese.
Good morning, and thank you for your service and for this opportunity to stand in front of you today. My name is Enrico Bruzzese. My wife Josephine and I, along with our 4 children, James 21, Adam 16, Julia 14, and Sophia 9, all suffer from Lyme and tick-borne disease, as well as carry the burden of being caregivers to my sickest child. The nuances of Lyme would not have come to fruition if not for my sickest daughter, Julia. Doctors were eager to set us on a path of disparity. Dr. Christina Nelson from the CDC personally called me to discourage me from following a Lyme disease treatment path. Dr. Philip J. Baker of the ALDF wrote a 10-page paper defaming Julia and my entire family for following a Lyme disease treatment path. I was having a hard time believing what I was seeing. My whole family has seen tremendous improvement on treatment. Julia has seen major improvement under her current doctor's care. I do not have mainstream doctors to thank for their improvement, but for Julia and all of her suffering for opening my eyes to Lyme and for the knowledge that I needed to save my family. In September of 2013, we discovered an insect bite accompanied by a bullseye rash on Julia at my family's New York Catskill Mountain home, an endemic area for Lyme. In the subsequent 2 years, Julia was constantly at the pediatricians with unexplained fevers, body aches, exhaustion, and vision difficulties, to name a few. In May of 2015, Julia fell acutely ill, losing her ability to walk. In the subsequent 6 weeks, we saw over 70 doctors. The majority insisted that Julia was faking her symptoms and had us believe that her suffering was psychological in nature. Others would just shrug their shoulders. After realizing Lyme, over 35 doctors in the subsequent 3 months insisted that seronegative Lyme disease was an impossibility. Instead, argued that it made more sense Julia was faking her symptoms, even suggested using truth serum. Fever, hair loss, chest pain, drenching day and night sweats, air hunger, stretch marks, tremors, twitching, cyanosis, tachycardia, hypotension, vision loss, sensory deficit, flaccid paralysis, and more. Doctors missed these hallmark signs of Babesia, Bartonella, POTS, Lyme, and tularemia. Some would even mimic Julia's eyes and facial twitching to show that it was possible to fake. We must hold doctors to higher standards. Because I couldn't find help, I had to abandon my livelihood to provide around-the-clock care for my daughter and eventually the rest of my children. Society needs your help. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Nelson Mandela.
Thank you very much. Enid Haller.
Hi, I'm Enid Haller. I would like this to be added to the public record. I also request that my paper on transparency in the history of Lyme disease be submitted into the public-facing HHS records on the working group. I speak from my heart today. Like many of us here, I've seen so much suffering and death since I have been conscious of the injustices in the Lyme disease policy. As a Lyme advocate, I have seen many, many people, whole families destroyed from Lyme and the co-infections as these people struggle to get proper treatment, to get it paid for, and as they struggle to deal with the confusion and trauma that is made worse by the denial of persistent Lyme or chronic Lyme. The CDC estimates that the actual number of cases are 10 times the number of reported cases every year. This means hundreds of thousands of cases each year are being unreported, undiagnosed, or not completely treated. When such cases go chronic, the all too frequent outcome is divorce, bankruptcy, and suicide. Bad medical policy is creating a social and economic catastrophe. All of it is being caused by faulty medical research, falsification of the medical guidelines, backward money incentives, and by the shortcuts being made to ensure that the vaccine can exist. Now, with the second vaccine in the pipeline, all the mistakes and misdeeds of Dearborn in 1994 are being rolled out again before our eyes, as if the Lyme leadership is certain that nobody has been paying attention. It's up to us all working together. We have to make sure that policy in Lyme disease is honest and recognizes the evolutionary and biological realities of nature, because Mother Nature doesn't care about your guidelines. We cannot ignore what is happening in our bodies. We just can't. Too many people have become sick. due to fakery and denial. We have the sick, desperate multitudes are already a political class that is growing according to the CDC estimate by over 1 million people every 4 years. Mother Nature doesn't care about your patients, or your patents, sorry. This is why we have to watch the process of the working group closely over the next 4 years. This is why I have been talking about transparency nonstop since I was appointed on the subcommittee. This is why I was asked to leave the working group, and 1 week before our papers were due, we cannot get rid of people just because they have diverse opinions about Lyme. And we certainly cannot get rid of people because facts are disagreeable. There are several points of view in the Lyme community, and they all need to be heard and represented on the working group. There are certain historical facts about Lyme policy and the working group that they must acknowledge. Pat Smith said herself, a very important thing on May 10th meeting. She said that we have to have diversity in this working group, and I agree with her. I think it's one of the most
15-second
important
warning, okay.
things. And I wanted to also just say one last thing, that it's Dr. Richard Horowitz has taken care of me over the last 5 years, and recently, you know, his findings with the Dapsone protocol that he's been using has helped many people and it's really given me a new lease on life. His protocol and the other Lyme literate doctors, that knowledge needs to be shared, you know, with our medical community and our medical doctors and taught in our educational system. Then people can get the proper treatment that they need.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Allison Caruana, sorry on the last name.
It's Caruana.
Thanks.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I first want to say that those on the Mayday Project Committee do not believe that the release of Lyme was done with the intent to harm American citizens. With that being said, it did. The scientific studies of what Lyme is points to a time in our history when scientists were exploring the powers of viruses and bacteria, how to protect our land and negatively affect our enemies. These objectives were the forefront of our biological warfare program that Willie Bedorfer spent at least 3 years working on, which many of you on the panel are aware of. The history behind weaponized rickettsial mycoplasma, a cell wall deficient bacteria, is responsible for the symbiotic relationship between viruses and bacteria, which, you know, corrupts the DNA of all the bacteria it infects. Rickettsial mycoplasma is the only quasi-bacteria considered to be cross-kingdom. In one of Willie's letters, he reports on Lyme disease testing for several patients, listing the different Lyme disease agents, 3 of them rickettsial, 1 is C9P09. This is a spiroplasma from the Bacillus family. It supports what I've been told about the original Lyme disease culprit. Another project that stuck out like a sore thumb was Project 277F, which is found to be of spirochetal nature. Lyme disease spirochetes are unlike any other arthropod-borne Borrelia, in that they're the only ones to contain nodules and granules. It's not surprising to me that rickettsia is known for nodules and granules. The rickettsial agents were incorporated into mycoplasma and have a unique morphological ability. The granulars produce spirochete-like forms, sort of like those found in Treponema CP26. There's one more twist. That's the genetic manipulation of Embr mutant bacteriophages that Eric Traub, who came to the US under Operation Paperclip, had utilized his knowledge of manipulation of bacteriophages that he obtained during the Russian doll cocktail experiments. The testing methods you use proves the science to be true, that the tests detect mutant viruses, Western blot and ELISA. Scientific papers also prove that this causes sepsis, AIDS, MS, fibromyalgia, cancers, the list goes on and on. This is, according to patents, these organisms were used in Agent Orange. This is supported by the CDC's 1982 Lyme disease surveillance map, which highlights the locations of National Guard facilities where you found Lyme disease. This includes high points in Alaska. With all that being said, which is the truth is finally spoken, it's time that you make right the wrongs of the past, or hire more housewives to help you with the science.
Thank you. Next speaker is Josephine Bruzzese.
Thank you. I couldn't make the steps. My legs were weak and painful. What was I going to do? It was New Year's Day, and I was having 22 people over for dinner. Coming up from the basement with food in my hands, I called out to my 76-year-old mother-in-law for help. My name is Josephine Bruzzese. I am the mother of 4 beautiful children, James 21, Adam 16, Julia 14, and Sophia 9. We all suffer from Lyme disease and tick-borne infections. I'm here today to share with you our tragedies and our blessings. I hope you can help ensure that others don't suffer all my family has and continues to suffer. I took my daughter Julia to the pediatrician September of 2013 with a bullseye rash. Not knowing anything about tick bites, we didn't know what it was. The pediatrician said it was just a bad mosquito bite. And if it doesn't go away, follow up with a dermatologist. Trusting the doctor, I believed her. The rash did go away, and I thought that was the end of it. But so we thought. The following year and a half, we saw Julia suffer migraine and joint pains, fevers, exhaustion, loss of hair, loss of vision. We went from visiting her pediatrician twice a year to monthly visits. Yet the pediatrician didn't see anything wrong with this. In May of 2015, Julia lost her ability to walk. Our horror story began. She was barely conscious and was paralyzed. We went from hospital to hospital trying to figure out what was happening to our daughter. After not finding the answers, doctor would tell us it was all in her head. We agreed to have evaluated by psychiatrists several times, and she was cleared several times. I witnessed the therapist drop her to see if she would save herself from falling, and he caught her head just as she was about to hit the floor. They would come in the middle of the night when Julia would be sleeping and prick her feet so hard that she would bleed to see if she felt it. She never did. After my husband's extensive research, he knew this was Lyme. The doctors wouldn't listen. My husband found an MP who accepted insurance. She began to treat Julia for Lyme, and Julia immediately began to feel better, but it was limited. The Lyme doctors did not accept insurance, and we couldn't afford it. Then our blessings began. Julie was blessed by Pope Francis. Through that blessing, she received support of our community and people all over the world. After the blessing, Julia became committed to raise awareness and help others with this terrible disease. We have people reaching out to us to tell us that Julia saved their lives. Julia saved mine. If it wasn't for the knowledge we learned from her suffering, I would have been diagnosed with MS. I'm here today to ask you please to help us save lives. Mother Teresa once said, "Yesterday is gone, tomorrow has not yet come. We only have today. Let us begin." Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Osborne.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'd like to start off with a quick reminder that there is no pill, and there never will be a pill, to treat the devastation of lives and the destruction of families that has resulted from the gross mismanagement of this epidemic. Let's revisit a New York Times article from 2001. Lyme disease is hard to catch and easy to halt, the study says. Dr. Leonard Sigel, a Lyme disease expert at the University of Medicine and Dentistry of New Jersey's Robert Wood Johnson Medical Center, said Lyme disease, although a problem, is not nearly as big a problem as most people think. The bigger epidemic, says Dr. Sigel, is Lyme anxiety. This was said simultaneously to the initial push for a LymeRix vaccine. 16, 17 years later, very little has changed. In 2015 and 2016, respectively, Robert Wood Johnson Medical Center and my local hospital, Hunterdon Medical Center, published health reports in 2 of the nation's most endemic counties that don't even mention the word Lyme disease or propose any issues to address it. This conflicting message and behavior is what is at the core of the public distrust. Can you blame us for having distrust of what's going on? It's mind-blowing. In 2016, I saw Dr. Bransfield give an astounding presentation at an ILADS conference, and it prompted me to take my own action. I reached out to him and I offered to run a conference dedicated specifically to the neurological aspects of this illness and the issue of Lyme suicide, which is the focus of my advocacy. Dr. Bransfield linked up a top-notch list of presenters, and I ran the Educational Summit on Neurological Tick Infections, Mental Illness, and Suicide Prevention. Dr. Bransfield, Dr. Leo Shea, Rosalie Greenberg, and Armin Schwartzbach were among the presenters. The videos of those presentations are now available for viewing for free on the website for the Center of Continuing Education. There were 4 other presentations that were outstanding. Dr. Leslie Fline talked in detail about Bartonella. Jennifer Rush, the author of Chronic Illness as an Access to Quantum Healing, provided incredible wisdom for how to heal your life when it's taken from this disease. Nancy Baumgartner, a licensed social worker, discussed the devastating consequences of misdiagnosing children and teens that she is seeing daily in her practice. Terry Favang, who is a certified music practitioner and coordinator of the Healing Arts Program at Hospice of Chesapeake, talked about how music can aid in healing. Attendees found that these presentations were life-changing.
15 seconds, please.
Unfortunately, these were not available for video because I independently funded the conference and was unable to secure any funds. I will give you written comments with the rest of my calls to action, which include a call for legislation for Congress. Thank you.
Thank you. James Bruzzese?
Fate is a fickle thing. When my sister first fell ill, she told my father, "Dad, don't worry. Everything happens for a reason." She said this from a hospital bed, half conscious and paralyzed from the neck down. The attending pediatrician had just finished telling her that this might all be in her head, and then had asked my father if he'd like another psych consult. It was a hard day. My sister's statement had annoyed me because what good reason could there be for this to happen to an 11-year-old child? Now, however, I understand the wisdom of that comment. Fate, destiny, God, whatever you want to call it, chooses us for a mission. When a physical therapist purposely dropped my sister to the floor on orders of an attending pediatrician to rule out malingering, it made my mission, my family's mission, very clear. My name is James Bruzzese, and I'm an accelerated medical student from the Sophie Davis School of Biomedical Education, CUNY School of Medicine. We have all spoken about education, however, the conversation has focused on educating people who are already doctors. I believe the root of the problem lies within medical schools. I have witnessed professors teaching outdated guidelines that are no longer accepted on the National Guidelines Clearinghouse. I have witnessed them teach science about Lyme that the CDC admits to be inaccurate. Medical students are being taught that diagnosis for Lyme disease is based solely on laboratory testing instead of clinical findings. My sister went undiagnosed for 2 years because a pediatrician disregarded a bullseye rash. Then again, the most prestigious hospitals in New York City disregarded a documented history of a bullseye rash, saying all symptoms were attributable to a psychological disorder. They never told us that drenching night sweats, day sweats, chills, and easy bruising were characteristic of babesia. They never told us that migratory joint and muscle pain with a history of a bullseye rash was a staple of Lyme. And why? Because this is not what is taught in medical school. Babesia, Lyme disease are not on the differential list when the patient presents with the aforementioned symptoms. Instead, they teach juvenile arthritis for cases such as these, and they warn, be careful, this could look like Lyme, but it's not. You know, Hippocrates spoke about 2 sides of medicine, science and opinion. He says the former begets knowledge, but the latter begets ignorance. We need to be teaching our future doctors science, not opinion. And if the science is not sound and there are 2 sides of a disagreement, medical students should know both. I'd like to leave you with this. Success is not in the result of effort. Success is in the effort to succeed. Proper effort towards beneficence will breed success. Samuel L. Jackson describes this committee well in the Avengers movie. He says there was an idea to bring together a group of remarkable people so that when they needed you to, you could fight the battles they never could. You are that group of people. You are the heroes we have chosen. Save us. Seize today so that tomorrow can be a better one. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Platt?
I'm Dr. Jennifer Platt, CEO and founder of Tick Warriors, a private company based in Chatham County, North Carolina. I have my doctorate in public health from the UNC Gillings School of Global Public Health. Over the past several months of working group meetings, I have felt there's been a lack of consideration and inclusion of Southern tick illnesses and conditions. So it was especially important to me to be here in person today to provide comments. 50 years ago, 2 human tick diseases and conditions existed in Chatham County, long known as the tick hotspot of the state. Today, there are 7. Only 3 of these conditions are mentioned in the subcommittee's report: the rickettsias, Lyme, and alpha-gal syndrome. The other 4 are ehrlichiosis, anaplasmosis, southern tick-associated rash illness, STARI, and tick paralysis. These diseases and others exist in many locations across the southern United States. The other tick-borne diseases subcommittee made excellent and stringent recommendations on treatment for Rocky Mountain spotted fever. One of the stories the subcommittee heard was about a child who died because she was undiagnosed. How many stories have we not heard about these other diseases? In a Chatham County tick survey done in 2008, 98% of the ticks collected were the Lone Star tick. Only half a percent collected were the black-legged tick. 70% of the Lone Stars carried rickettsias, and 40% of the black-leggeds were positive for Borrelia. Yet the proportion of diseases found in humans doesn't match. Far more people are told they have Lyme disease. Why? There's been extensive discussion in the past couple of meetings about using the EM to diagnose Lyme. I want to remind you again that the Lone Star tick also causes an EM, and it cannot be distinguished from the black-legged tick. So, unfortunately, the CDC's Tick-Borne Diseases Manual says that if an EM is present, it is Lyme. No mention of the Lone Star tick. The spread of the Lone Star tick into the Northeast and the complications of the overlap of the EM present an increasing possibility that diseases caused by the Lone Star tick are being overlooked. For these reasons and many others, my colleague Beth Karrison Vanderheide and I have collaborated to found a new company, Tick-Borne Conditions United. Our goal is to help fill the often desperate need for accurate, scientifically based and state-of-the-art education for healthcare providers, patients, and their families. It is with much excitement we announced the May 30th Alpha-Gal Syndrome Symposium online, and we hope you can join us at 8 p.m. We look forward to continue being a go-to source for the conditions such as alpha-gal syndrome and collaborating with all of you who are so committed to reducing the burden caused by tick-borne illnesses. In Kristen Honey's words again, we believe that we are truly better and stronger together.
Thank you. Christine Lorenzen.
Short people problems. Hi, my name is Christine Lorenzen. I am a tick-borne disease advocate and longtime patient. I am here today to represent and be the voice of the thousands, if not millions, who struggle with the debilitating effects of tick-borne illness, many of whom are too sick to attend these meetings or write letters, and who are literally just trying to survive another day. I can tell you that those individuals have reached out to me and other vocal advocates here today to say thank you for being their voice and keeping the pressure on this group with regards to transparency and patient-centered, results-oriented outcomes. Taking advantage of an already marginalized community who is struggling to survive, who do not have the understanding of laws and procedures governing these sorts of working groups, would be completely unethical. The Lyme community relies on those with understandings of these type of proceedings to help keep things transparent, legal, and patient-centered. That includes having all parties represented, including independent Lyme advocates. If the working group is not balanced in its viewpoints represented, then it makes one wonder, in whose best interest is the working group working towards? While I was impressed by many of the subcommittee presentations, I was horrified to hear the vaccine subcommittee presentation and in big, bright red letters read that their #1 priority is a vaccine. How can we have a vaccine for something we cannot accurately test for? And in that regard, we have two different parties that say the tests are fine and others that say they're not. We need a consensus before we move forward. How can we move forward if there has not been transparent and honest communication about what did and did not work in the past, considering all different viewpoints? In order for anyone in the Lyme community to take this consideration seriously, there needs to be transparency about the past, and all committee and subcommittee members need to disclose all conflicts of interest. While I am hopeful that this working group will move the needle forward, I am aware that unless things change, this will just be more of the same and not actually move us past the stagnation of the last 30 years. I hope everybody takes that into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Bruzzese?
I wouldn't accept it. I wouldn't accept the horrors of the sight I have come to know as normal. My dying sister in front of me, her body cold, her face pale, her breathing slow and reluctant. Her once loving eyes blank and lifeless. My father would hold her, tears creeping down his overexhausted face, refusing to let go, refusing to evade his eyes away from her struggling chest, as with every one of her slight breaths came momentous relief in each one of our severed hearts. I have witnessed the people I love the most, the people I hold most dear, the people I have confidently placed my trust in throughout my whole life, fall at the hands of something they cannot see, forced to endure unbearable burdens, crumbled to pieces, and sacrifice their lives at the hands of an abhorrent, seemingly unstoppable force. This is a force that has taken the life away from my family, the ability to function for my sister, and the quality of health for millions of individuals. It is ruthless in its disarray, taking away everything that once seemed to be immovable within the blink of an eye. This horror is Lyme disease, a name so deeply engraved into our minds as a constant obstacle to a normal life, or any life at all. My name is Adam Bruzzese, and I have Lyme disease. If not for Julia, I would have rotted for years on end, continuously progressing into debilitation, probably acquiring the label of lazy or inadequate. It is solely due to my sister's suffering and my family's frantic persistence in approaching her suffering that my siblings and I are functional. Despite Julia's fatal conditions, despite her very real tragic symptoms, mainstream doctors would approach us in speculation with a wide smirk, either shrugging their shoulders or manhandling my sister in an attempt to wake her limp corpse. They would drop her purposely, stab her with toothpicks, and arrive with armies of doctors, all in an attempt to aggressively force their ungrounded theories. Some claiming that this unconscious, paralyzed 11-year-old girl was faking an illness in the middle of the summer. They would criminalize the family present, only allowing for their thought and dismissing anything else at the moment it was mentioned. Julia's illness was half the battle. The other half was the criminalization and controversy of mainstream medicine surrounding Lyme disease. I can't show you how we suffered, but I can show you that we have not become complacent to it. We have not submitted to the horrors of disease, and we have not let it form identities that do not define who we truly are.
15 seconds, please.
To close, I quote Martin Luther King Jr. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenna Lucier.
As of yesterday, May 15th, this effort appears to have violated FACA law by obstructing the public's right to properly prepare for public meetings with access to the materials used by federal employees. And it is shifted to maintaining the status quo while possibly channeling federal funding to specific organizations and individuals. Most subcommittee recommendations that could help to immediately improve access to diagnosis and treatment options were removed in favor of ideas that will take much time and money to yield results, such as establishing the Centers for Excellence and the establishment of a new federal website, even as the National Guidelines Clearinghouse website is defunded. Pathogenesis appears to restrict Lyme to Borrelia burgdorferi and skirt the many Borrelia strains that cause Lyme-like illness and are found in the USA. This restrictive approach will not help to open access to diagnosis and treatment options. The working group's conflicts of interest information needs to be made available to the public. For example, the chair, John Alcott's 2015 filed patent for measuring CCL19 cytokines could be used in relation to the sequela and complications from Lyme he listed in yesterday's meeting. Alcott could make money while this restrictive technology is possibly misused to channel which Lyme patients receive extended antimicrobials to reduce infection or biologics that modify symptoms and suppress immune function. The Subcommittee for Patient Access to Care and Support veered off their scope of work to identify Lyme groups mostly affiliated and associated with Lyme Disease Association as service providers for the Lyme community. Such organizations only address a drop in the bucket of need related to this epidemic, and I sincerely hope the focus on these particular organizations is not an attempt to steer tax dollars to support their activities, as that would be extremely unethical and have limited results. All subcommittee reports were not available until the May 10th public meeting, and there is no evidence that the 1,000 plus public comments were reviewed for these reports. These and other practices have obstructed public preparation for a high-stakes report for diseases that may disable, bankrupt, and kill. Additional concerns. The vice chair is a senior research scholar from Stanford University on assignment to the Office of Management and Budget, and apparently not a federal officer. As 7 federal members are required by law for this working group, I ask she be replaced with a federal officer familiar with complicated and persistent Lyme and co-infections, including tick-borne diseases. The chair, Alcott, terminated Dr. Enid Collar without cause, and to date has not put in writing the defamatory accusations he made in the presence of the vice chair, the former DFO, the current DFO, and co-chair Scott Cooper. I ask the chair be replaced with a medical professional who has a reputation for ethical treatment of Lyme patients and advocates. Some advocates on the working group and subcommittees have tried to inhibit advocacy efforts regarding FACA transparency. This is disturbing, unacceptable, and now on public record. Why were there 2 security men with flak jackets needed? And how high does a body count have to be to do something?
Thank you. Kathy Noldoff. Kathy Noldoff. Sophia Bruzzese.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sophia Brazzesi. I am 9 years old. I go to St. Bernadette Catholic Academy, At St. Bernadette Catholic Academy, we learn how to respect, care, and help one another. I have Lyme disease, but I'm much better now. I used to dance with my sister all the time, but then we couldn't anymore because she couldn't walk. Every night, I prayed for her to walk again. I prayed that Julia could just dance with me one more time. I also pray that you can make a change for families that have Lyme disease. Not only for families, but people who are alone and have no one to pray for them or guide them through their sickness. So please, help my sister, help my family, but most of all, help those who are in need of care. Thank you so much for your time today. I wish you a wonderful and productive day. May God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends our public comment session, and I thank you to all the speakers. Thank you. So yesterday, we didn't finish the vectors subcommittee report. We got a little sidelined, which was good. We accomplished things, but we didn't give you your full chance to present. So we're going to circle back to Ben and Pat and let you all finish your presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and we'll put up your recommendations on the screen.
Well, so this is very unscripted. Pat and I have not had a chance to discuss this, and so just to summarize where we were yesterday, we identified two sort of highest priority actions to consider from our subgroup, and that we identified another, 6 or so that are listed down below those.
Total of 7
that were lower priority. And so we got all those listed, and then there was an additional recommendation that the working group actually considered and voted on. And so we have that recommendation listed number 1, approved and voted included. And this was education to inform clinicians of regional and specific risk related to tick-borne illness or tick-borne disease, I think is what maybe it should be, but maybe that's what at least we voted on. There was a second recommendation, high priority, from the subcommittee that you see listed there, and I won't read it, it's very long. And then the third one that was there about have public authorities formally recognize alternative, validated, systematic approaches to tick-borne disease surveillance, such as systemic sampling of tick-borne disease reports for investigation that reduce the burden on tick-borne disease reporters, but allow for comparability of surveillance findings across states and over time. So this is to look at maybe some alternative approaches to surveillance, and so that with CDC, we all know the limitations of the CSDE case reporting and surveillance. And so this would allow particularly us to post at our website information that we get from states that is not just straight surveillance data. So this could include estimates of cases, which are currently collected in states like New York, but they're not reported to CDC formally. So this would be a recommendation to be able to expand surveillance efforts to include some of these approaches. So what I'd like to do, and again, Pat and I have not had a chance to discuss, so I want to, for her to be able to offer thoughts. But this first recommendation is very long, and I would like to kind of throw out some replacement language, just kind of as a straw man again, to try to capture this, but to make it a little more concise. And so what I'd like to throw out is the following: to fund studies on tick biology and tick-borne disease ecology, including systematic tick surveillance efforts, particularly in regions beyond the Northeast and Upper Midwest.
All right, so say it again. To fund studies on tick biologies and tick.
Okay, I'll read it again. To fund studies on tick biology and tick-borne disease ecology, Yeah, so that should be tick biology and tick-borne disease ecology. Okay, and then after tick-borne disease ecology, including systematic tick surveillance efforts.
Systematic tick surveillance.
Efforts. Particularly in regions beyond the Northeast and Upper Midwest. And of course, as most of you know, that the Northeast and Upper Midwest are the traditional areas of Lyme disease. So rather than, it seemed like that was a little bit simpler than spelling out particularly Rocky Mountain region, the Pacific region, the Southeast, the Southwest. So it really is just particularly beyond those areas. So again, that's just simply a straw man to discuss. But my suggestion would be to replace recommendation 2 above with this shorter and somewhat more concise statement. And so I'll turn it over to Pat.
I would first like to ask for a full slide screen, please, so you can see that.
This isn't a slide, it's the Word document.
Okay, that's fine. Just magnify it. Thank you.
We're open for discussion. If you want to start, Pat, if you want, or if
I
not.
think that Ben covered the areas in there, and obviously, in committee, everyone was concerned with every word, and which I understand and appreciated. They wanted to make sure that their thoughts were very visible. But obviously, for a report of this magnitude, we sometimes need to clarify issues. I don't think Ben missed anything in there, so I'm satisfied with that. One of the main focuses, beside the obvious of doing this, was to ensure that all regions were covered so that we don't lack any area of the country, that they're looked at also.
Comments from the working group?
Just a clarification, the phrase there in terms of focusing on areas other than the upper Midwest and Northeast refers to the surveillance, not to tick biology and tick-borne disease, because there's certainly a lot about tick biology and tick-borne disease that we don't know that affects those primary areas too.
Yep, thank you. That's a good comment. I think that what I was trying to capture was concerns in the working group that systematic tick collections and what we know about the expansion of ticks is really kind of to the traditional areas, and that there's not as much information on the non-traditional areas, and that the result of that is that physicians and healthcare providers in these other regions are not as aware of the risk that may be locally. So it actually feeds into the recommendation above that. But I mean, it could equally be expanded to cover the studies on tick biology and ecology. I don't think we know everything we need to know about the entire country, so it's...
Yeah, I just wanted to see if the intent was to separate those two pieces of the statement.
It was, yeah, it was the intent, but it doesn't have to be.
I really struggle with how to translate this for humans and how to prioritize which is really the subcommittee, which is really important. But how do we know what will translate best to prevent or better treat or better diagnose humans, besides what is just interesting and important to know about ticks? Because I don't think so far we know what information besides the maybe disease prevalence in ticks or the infection prevalence, what really is going to help reduce the burden of disease in humans. So I'm sure you talked about that in the subcommittee. So can you just give us a little more information on your thoughts on that particular aspect?
Glad to, and Pat can chime in as well. But what I would just say to that is if you remember, the topic that we had was tick vectors, surveillance, and prevention. And so we discuss each of those separately, and they all flow together. So this was a recommendation that really came out of the discussion on tick vectors. But we certainly agree with everything you say, and that part of a healthcare provider, the capacity for healthcare providers to understand diagnostics, what tests should be run, what are the local risks. They need information on surveillance, what's around there in that area, what ticks are they likely to be exposed to, all those types of things. So this particular recommendation was really on tick biology because that was one of the elements of our subcommittee's focus. And we couldn't put all of that. That would have brought them all together. So I'm probably not explaining that very well, but maybe you want to.
I just would add to that, of particular concern, I think, is the tick surveillance, and that is because in certain areas here, but in certain other areas of the country, they don't really know what's there. I mean, I travel around, the doctors have no clue of what ticks are there. If they don't know what ticks are there, they don't know what diseases are there. And someone in the audience today alluded to a story that I mentioned on the phone webinar a week or two, whenever it was ago, and that was about a child, and I think it was either Illinois or Indiana, who unfortunately they refused to look at a Rocky Mountain spotted fever diagnosis because they said there was none there. Well, if they had looked at the type of ticks that they had in that region or understood that, they would have known certainly that that was a disease that was there. And this child, even though many people weighed in while this child lay in the hospital, 5 years old, and she eventually died, and her dad told me the story, and it was heartbreaking that this should have occurred. And so something like this is so significant. And again, I have to stress, and I'm from the Northeast, we know a lot more here. Our doctors know a lot more. Our health officials know a lot more. It doesn't happen in California. It doesn't happen in the South. It doesn't happen in a lot of the areas of the Midwest. So we need to ensure that this is done. And additionally, I think that it's not also known, and I know you know this, Wendy, in California, for example, there's different behaviors of the ticks which influence things and change, sometimes end up down the bottom line changing what happens to people that get bitten, or how they get bitten, or why they get bitten, or which type of tick is actually now, has the most disease. In California, that can be different than the East Coast, and I don't think that's known. So we need a lot of this information to get out there, and I think this covers that.
I'm just trying to get at what's an information problem and what's a communication problem. Because we've been studying California ticks for a while. We actually know, not everything that you probably know in the Northeast, but Bob Lane has been, working really hard. We know that we know a lot about the ticks, not everything, but the problem is the communication, not the information. So that's what I'm trying to get at, is there incremental information that would make a difference in the communication so that the message is heard, and not just more research about the information when it's not getting communicated.
So maybe one way to bridge that could be to expand recommendation 2 to say to fund studies and infrastructure on tick biology and tick-borne disease ecology. And I'm thinking of infrastructure broadly, which could support crowdsourcing, the citizen science, the tick programs like you have in California. But also infrastructure could be outreach and education.
Yeah, and I think if we could, can we call attention to that part, that it requires, in addition to surveillance and information, dissemination of that information.
Could we roll up to the recommendation above, because that might be a better place to incorporate that? To education to inform clinicians of regional and specific risk related. I mean, could we say inform clinicians and the general public at risk? I mean, because to me, education, communication is an issue of educating people about the risks that are there and what precautions they can take. And so it is both to healthcare providers, but also to the general public at risk.
So I'm in essence fine with that, but I just want to make sure that we're not doing more research to do more research, that we're doing more research to really understand what behaviors in the ticks are leading to more disease and making sure that that information is correctly disseminated.
And I think, for example, in California, you brought up yesterday the issue of Borrelia miyamotoi, and I think there are a lot of things we don't know about it. We really need to have more ecological studies on that, and even case series on what does that look like in patients. And I think that this bullet actually informs that type of research. For example, Alan Barber reports, I think, that 3% of ticks in California are positive for Borrelia miyamotoi. And I think that also the thought is that it's transversely transmitted and that it's not maintained in reservoirs. That's a very interesting concept and very much different than any of the other tick-borne diseases we work with. And I think that type of research is really important to fill out our understanding of tick-borne disease ecology and eventually risk. So
Yes.
I think that is addressed in this bullet.
I would just agree that we've known about Miyamotoi and ticks since 2004 in California, and in some places it's actually more prevalent and probably close to 8 to 10%. The problem is, you ask a doctor about Miyamotoi in California, they will have no idea. The problem is not what we know about in ticks. The problem is communicating what's in ticks and what that means for human disease, and we can't diagnose it because we don't have a good test. So I just want to, I appreciate and understand the need for what we're advocating here. In a resource-constrained environment, we need to be very cautious about how we spend the money and how it affects human health. And enables our doctors to be better providers of care.
I need to address the fact that we actually have, probably since yesterday, everyone's forgotten, which wouldn't be surprising. But if we'll go to our last recommendation from yesterday, it begins invest in programs. And this was something that we spent some considerable time on. So it's invest in programs that effectively link the best of tick science to people's lived experiences with ticks. That is cooperative extension, academic-based tick prevention resources, advocacy groups, and update existing regionally and occupationally relevant targeted public health intervention programs, including federal agency safety manuals and handbooks, to reduce physical and behavioral tick exposure by addressing specific gaps in knowledge and prevention. And so the language surrounding that, which I did mention yesterday, is that we had taken out, originally it had the word already effective programs, and we removed already. And the reason we removed that because already implied that the programs we have now address the needs in all areas. Well, that is not necessarily the case. So we removed already, and so now the verbiage surround it should indicate that this was done in order to ensure that these programs address, we have a minority report in there on that, Wendy, to address other areas that don't have, they lack the programs, they lack the communication that you're referring to. So I think we already have that covered, is the bottom line.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we're hearing two different recommendations, and at this point, we don't need to prioritize all of them.
Okay.
That's going to be a process. But I really agree with Ben and Pat's framework that we need some foundational ecology and understanding of what the tick population ecology is across the whole United States as a proxy, and then that baseline proxy could form disease risk and get to the education component you're talking about. So I think we have it broken into two different recommendations, and we're not prioritizing them now. But with that, also wanted to note that Coop's mic was on, and you want to jump in?
I was just going to say, if there's a better way to kind of link these two together really closely so that it's, it emphasizes the importance of getting the word out and how that's going to work with the studies. and the information, what already exists and then what might come in the future. So not quite the same, but the way we sort of did, I think it was with the vaccine, where we talked about the trust, and we repeated that language in that second to really pull these together. So, I mean, I think they're both great recommendations, but I think without the communication component really plugged into the first part, well, the second recommendation, yeah, I think to emphasize that. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I hear you, but the only thing I would say to that, and I don't know how the final report is going to address this, but we had key issues, as many did, and this key issue was the need for better prevention education for patients and physicians, including providing accurate information and removing both personal and public obstacles. So this is in that section. Now, I don't know if the recommendations in our report are all going to be listed together, or are they going to refer to particular key issues and then those recommendations? You see what I'm saying? So if they are, depending on how they're put into the report, we might want to leave this because this is part of this. But if they're all going to be together, I understand what you're saying. Are you following, Kristen, on that?
Yeah, but I don't think we have to get to those level of detail here. So I
okay.
think we can.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, because I figured that we could.
So I just want to second the importance of what Wendy and Coop said, because in our area in New York State, there was an article just published this year that the seroprevalence of the Powassan virus serology was 9.4% in highly endemic regions. And I was speaking to people both at the health departments and in patients and physicians, and no one was aware of the data. So we did have several deaths in Columbia and Dutchess County in the past year, but I don't think anyone was aware, even though a very good study was done, that the seroprevalence was so high. So I think the communication part, I think, is absolutely essential, because that would drive prevention. I mean, people would, if you then put out the prevention and say, hey, look, everyone should use Nucotone or natural products or DEET or permethrin clothes or IR3535, whatever, because we've got a real problem with Powassan, highlighting that might actually push the prevention aspect, knowing that this could be a deadly disease. So I want to highlight that. I think it's quite important with the communication part.
Well, that is definitely one of our, main focuses. Sorry.
I just wanted to just go back and point out that the tick ecology piece is quite complicated, and it is regionally very different. And an example would be I. scapularis in the southeastern U.S. and the northeastern U.S., where we know its feeding behavior is different. It feeds on skinks and reptiles in the south, and therefore only 2% or 3% of I. scaps are carrying B. burgdorferi organisms, as opposed to mice in the north, so you have 40 or 50%. And the questing behavior is similarly different. And that information took a fairly long time to be available. And certainly there are some simpler methods that can lead the science in a particular direction, such as focus surveillance. And if you look at what actually is biting people, what ticks are biting people in different regions, you'll see, as already been pointed out this morning, that it can be very different, even though all those same species of ticks may be there. So it's important to invest in the regional ecology studies, because it really does make a difference in terms of what the ultimate risk is to people.
So we have several iterations of recommendations now. How would you like to proceed?
So with some of the other recommendations, we actually put sub-bullets beneath those. Is there a way that we can incorporate this that way, and maybe have 3 primary recommendations, and then some of the language that people really want to emphasize, that we include that as bullets underneath those
As sub-bullets,
to
yeah.
capture the communications aspects, for example?
Yeah, the only comment I'd have on recommendation 2 is the suggestion I added to fund studies and infrastructure, not on infrastructure. So it's not just funding studies, but the government could also fund infrastructure that may already exist, or to support infrastructure for, non-government studies, the crowdsourcing, citizen science, things that exist out there.
I think I like that idea. Is that term infrastructure in government well-defined, so that
Probably not, but it's very broad. Does someone else have a better suggestion?
Maybe there could be something about, and also fund, I don't know, information to ensure that the findings of these studies are disseminated regionally, or I don't know, to get it into these specific areas perhaps, or regional findings, or the report can be distributed. Where would a report of this nature, Ben, generally be best, seen by the people that need to see it?
Well, I think that, published studies are published in peer-reviewed journals, and many, both state and local and federal websites refer to that information and make it available and put it in prevention information that's distributed. I'm a little concerned that we're kind of taking all this and we're guilty, a little bit almost guilty of what our larger committee did. Well, we need to add this, we need to add that. I wonder if it's simpler just to say fund studies and activities, because really activities, studies, I get it, that's really just research, but activities could be anything else that addresses, the need for better understanding, tick biology and tick-borne disease ecology. But then we could list that out as a bullet underneath it, infrastructure such as blah, 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 or something like that.
I think that's a great idea.
You're
So would it be activities on tick biology?
Yeah, we need a pronoun there.
So should we go back up to the top one where there's an amendment and see if we can get a motion on that? So we had already passed the first part of it yesterday, recommendation 1, but there was a suggestion of an amendment. Would somebody like to make a motion on that?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, so the amendment to recommendation 1 is passed. Let's go down to recommendation 2. Is it 2 or?
It's 2.
2, yeah. There we go. So 2, and then we had some amendments at the, not amendments, sub-bullets at the bottom that don't need to be voted on. So recommendation 2, to fund studies and activities on tick biology and tick-borne disease ecology, including systematic tick surveillance efforts, particularly in regions beyond the Northeast and Upper Midwest. Do I have a motion on that?
Just before we vote on it, for that infrastructure bullet, if we can just add crowdsourcing citizen science as a placeholder, so we'll remember, please.
Do we have a motion on this?
Citizen science.
I make a motion?
Second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor of this item, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, down to recommendation 3.
Y'all moving really fast.
And recommendation 3. Have we discussed this already? Do we need to discuss this, Ben? Yeah.
We haven't discussed it as a larger group, so if there's discussion, I think that's appropriate.
Let's open recommendation 3 to discussion.
Do you need the word alternative to recognize validated systematic approaches? I'm not sure that people know what's alternative and what's not alternative in terms of tick-borne disease surveillance, such as sampling tick-borne disease reports for investigation.
Yeah. To me, I think when alternative was listed, what the drafter had in mind was surveillance data outside of the routine surveillance systems, NEDs and OrbiNet and things like that, the CSTE recognized systems, and so alternative would be alternative to that, but it is sort of a trade adjective, if you will. So I don't know how important it is to have it there. I'd go with whatever folks suggest.
I think defining it is really important, but leaving it in, I find, is helpful, because if we just say recognize validated systematic approaches, it could become circular, so the only thing we're recognized is what's already considered validated.
Does that include like medical claims data and EMR data? Is that what that means? Or are those examples?
Yes, it could. And just to give you an idea of what we're sort of envisioning at CDC is you're all aware of the maps that we have that are based on county centroids of reported cases. And what's missing, for example, in Massachusetts in 2016, there are no dots on the entire state. And in New York, there are probably 5,000 to 7,000 cases that are not reported, and those are from counties that are doing surveys now, or estimates, scientific estimates. They are reported at New York's website, but by CSTE regulations, they're not reported to CDC. So what we would think would be very helpful would be able to have a mandate to collect this other type of surveillance data, and then add that to maps, sort of like what we did in the vital signs report that came out a couple of weeks ago, where we just show, we don't put dots on maps, but we have colors that indicate numbers of cases and burdens of problems and things like that show a better picture, so that when people go and they don't see their state, a dot on their state, they're not led to think that now there's no more Lyme disease in Massachusetts, for example. So that's what we have in mind, and I think this type of recommendation, and not just us, whoever else, wants to use that.
And I think the committee was also very interested in trying to find some way to, like there's sometimes independent collection, that ticks are collected independently, but they're collected very scientifically and so on, and that data is collected, and there's really no place for that data. And there was quite an extensive discussion on that, and the group felt that maybe something like this, right, might be able to then pull in that, even if it's only in a specific region, some state might just have a small sampling or whatever, and I think that was a bit of what you were talking about, Ben. I'm not sure.
Although we're
if you
talking about
went
human
that full.
cases here, right? Not ticks.
That's right.
Yeah.
Pardon?
This particular recommendation is about human illness.
Oh,
as opposed
sorry
to
about
tick
that.
surveillance. But I mean, they kind of flow together.
Sleep this morning, I guess. Yeah. Sorry about that.
I think it's worth putting in, because it does say tick-borne disease, which implies human, but it's not explicit, so I had that same comment.
Would you also be accepting, for example, people that take pictures of apps, for example, that have bullseye rashes? Would you be including that in the data too?
That would be, open to consideration. I mean, there needs to be some sort of way of validating what it is. There are lots of types of rashes, and there are lots of, so there has to be some sort of, filtering of public data, so that we know that we are looking at Lyme disease as best we can and not reporting. For example, the comment was brought up this morning about star eye. I mean, it's a huge concern to us with amblyoma expanding north. And, with the current case definition, star eye cases in Lyme endemic areas are included, in Lyme. And we don't know what to do with that. But just to go back to your comment, there needs to be, validated systematic approaches, I think, and some a little bit leery of just saying, we would use all citizen science type information. Though there's there are apps that do that, and a great area. I think that's important to capture. With this, I think we just need to think about that.
I think the star eye information is really interesting in California. That the change in surveillance definition really hurts Californians. We don't have star eye, but now we need a bullseye and a 2-tier to be a confirmed case, right? So that makes it very hard for a California case to be considered a surveillance definitive. And again, it's not something that should have been applied to California, but it was done to homogenize the case definition for surveillance, but it really isn't appropriate for the West Coast.
We ready for a motion?
I move that we pass.
I just had one question. I'm looking at this in terms of Congress looking at it as a recommendation, and I don't know, I have public health authorities. We're talking about federal public health authorities, like you were saying, Ben, like giving CDC a mandate to do this type of thing. I just don't know if it's clear enough to me and where that goes and what the request is. I'm wondering if it could be stronger language. I'm not quite sure who the players are really here in it. That's just my
And let's
take on it.
remember, with these recommendations, we're looking at the intent. This language will not be locked in forever for the
Right.
report.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, that's okay. I just wanted to be clear, you know, who we're talking about, and if it was any way to make it stronger, but maybe we don't want to do that at this point.
I think also recognizing the work of surveillance, like I know in the Massachusetts issue, it was personnel to do case verification, and that's why they're no longer reporting cases. And so I think we have to recognize the work that these efforts will take and come up with a strategy that's implementable.
Just a question on sort of who decides what's validated, and is this, the intention is that a central body such as the CDC would provide that guidance so that, because you're talking about, it's a good point about public health authorities is a wide array of people with state and different levels, and somebody, if you're going to have them follow this, there has to be an institution that can take that on, the vetting piece.
So, I'm thinking out loud. I mean, certainly it applies to CDC, but I can conceive of a situation where it would apply to state health departments as well, because, again, just to go back to New York as an example, and to address what Lee's mentioned, part of the concern with Lyme disease is it's so labor intensive to do surveillance, and because if you get a diagnostic lab report, you have to have corroborating information on the patient presentation, the case report form, and a lot of that times that's missing completely or not, or incomplete. And so someone has to go back and look up all that information. So if you're at the state or local health department, it varies from state to state, someone has to pick up the phone for all 20,000 of those those reports that are missing data and call the physician and get that information. And that's hugely labor intensive. And so the whole idea, and what New York did, for example, was to say, take all of these incomplete case reports and conduct a scientific estimate, you know, like, so we're going to estimate 10%, we're going to take 10% of these and we're going to look that up extensively. And then based on that, we're going to extrapolate that to the 20,000. And so they had to develop a system and show that it was within, 5%, of the and then they actually did all of those, followed up on all of those, and showed that they were within 5% of the estimate. The estimate was within 5% of the total numbers. And so based on that, they decided to go to estimate. First, a couple of counties did that. Now, there are dozens of counties that do
27.
that. 27. And so, but CSTE doesn't allow those to be reported to us. So, but New York has that information, and I can't speak for them, but I think they have that posted at their website. So New York Health Department, in this case, recognized an alternative, and they validated a systematic approach to do surveillance. Now, and for us, because that's not reported to us, we don't have that, but something like this would, we think will give us the mandate to be able to reach out to states that are not doing this and say, okay, if you can cut your labor, down to 10% and then collect the data that we really want to see, it would help us be able to fill out our maps better, which would better inform physicians and healthcare providers and the public at risk in these areas by seeing that on a map that, yes, there's a risk for Lyme disease in this area.
Well, that all makes a lot of sense, and I agree completely with the intent. I just was getting at the question really of how it's worded and who's in charge of so we already heard an example from Rich of the possibility, well, does an EM-like rash count from your app? And you had a response to that. So there's a wide array of kinds of information, whether it's from citizen science or from university groups or whatever. And I just trying to get at can we be a little more specific as to, so you want to say report to the CDC or encourage public health authorities to
I don't have a problem with CDC being listed in it, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I'm fine with that. It could be, or to report to state and federal, or just local,
whatever.
state, and federal public health agencies. I mean, what if one of our federal partners wants to have that at their data? I don't want it to say just CDC maybe, but yeah, whatever you want to do to improve this, I'm fine with that.
So Ben, what about the My Lyme data that Lorraine had gotten, that there was veterinary data? So for example, when I was up in Vermont years ago, the Vermont Department of Health reported that 16% of the dogs back several years ago had Lyme disease. And yet the CDC had reported just about that same year that any amount over 5% in the animal population represented an emerging epidemic. Yet I guarantee you, if you looked at the numbers in Vermont, even though it was the highest several years ago, we're probably not capturing the data. So the My Lyme data, I think, with veterinary data and people calling ILADs or all of the local, that may be another way, because when Lorraine presented the data, it showed that there was a lot more cases than surveillance-wise than we were otherwise picking up.
Yeah, and I think that's why we've not listed a whole list of specific approaches. But, the canine data is interesting, and there are a lot of caveats to that. Dogs travel as well. And so there's, people move, I should say. And I've got some specific information on that, where we've looked at cases in unusual places. But the paper that you cite is one we co-authored, and I agree with that. So yeah, I think that would be captured under this, but it would be probably for the agency to decide what they want to use and have defense for that.
Would it be too simplistic to say that, wordsmithing aside and getting it perfect in the report will be different, but that by adopting this, it will allow the CDC and other health, agencies to report suspected Lyme cases, not only the confirmed one?
Yeah, I have to think about that. Right now, there's suspect, probable, and confirmed. They're broken down, probable and confirmed or reported to CDC, suspect isn't. But again, that's CSTE defined, not CDC defined. But yeah, we could look at that for sure.
My concern has been, and I have certainly written to the CDC on several occasions requesting that in MMWR, that there are a lot of footnotings in MMWR, but there's no footnotings to delineate any states that use this method. So for example, with New York, about half of the cases are reported in MMWR. And this past year, Massachusetts, which was, I believe it was like number 4 or something in the prior year, suddenly disappeared out of the top 15 states. That was just unbelievable. People from Massachusetts were contacting me. How is this possible? I said, on a piece of paper, anything's possible. So I would like to, I'm bringing it up mainly because I don't know where this is going to go, but I would still like to see the MMWR have those kinds of footnotings in it for, Massachusetts, for New York. I think New Hampshire's doing it now, and there may be 1 or 2 other states. And it wouldn't be too difficult because that's all listed in one section, on Lyme disease, and you could put the little whatever at the bottom with the states listed. So that's just something that I feel is important, because otherwise you look at MMWR and you wonder why New York isn't number 1 with the amount of cases they have. Actually, they'd be number 2 because Pennsylvania still has more cases. But
So I
You
hear a
don't
lot
care,
of
Richard.
agreement that there's general consensus around the importance of this recommendation, but not agreement on the specifics of it. So I want to propose with recommendation number 3, maybe we have parentheses that say, you know, agreed on intent, not exact language, and then use that as a placeholder to potentially move forward.
And with this, like Ben was talking about in New York, would we hold states accountable to the information as far as recording it? Because with New York State specifically, it doesn't trickle down city-wise. Who would be responsible for making sure the counties do report the alternative information?
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of New York, but they do a really excellent job in their epi and surveillance
Yeah, the
for
state
Lyme and
level.
tick-borne diseases at the state level. And I've not looked at their website, but I'm sure that they indicate the estimates in those counties that do them. And so the information is all there, it's done, it's transparent. The gap is that it's not formally reported to us because CSTE dictates case definition and reporting and all these things, and it's voted on what diseases are reportable and notifiable and reported to us. And this is just an idea, trying to think outside the box with surveillance to determine better ways or that we can collect that type of surveillance data, estimates in addition to just, so it doesn't, we'll still have to, the MMWR, I mean, I'm not sure what can be done there because they're reporting NED's reported data or AuburNet reported data, and I suppose we can negotiate, adding language in just to make that. What I have in mind really is just a separate site, separate publications that emphasize this, and but all things, I'm not opposed to this being there. We can certainly push for that.
Can I ask, Kristen? Sorry. What's the, I don't know what the language disagreement is. There's people that disagree with the top bullet language that I moved?
Just in terms of the specifics of it, who's doing what, and I think that could be a rabbit hole, and we're way behind time. So I think that's why I put the caveat in, because I think agreeing on this general concept that having a more flexible alternative or multiple data sources that could be reported to CDC to get more accurate heat maps across the country, great. But like the specifics I think will take a while, and that may be the next, a different venue. Like, can do that online. That's my recommendation, given the time. So I guess I'll make a motion to pass recommendation number 3 with the caveat, this is not exact language, but it's agreed on the intent to allow for alternative validated other approaches for reporting tick-borne diseases, surveillance in humans.
I second that.
Any further discussion? I think we'll take a roll call vote on this one. Dennis Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Horowitz?
Yes.
Lise Negrovic?
Yes.
Alan Richard?
Yes.
David Leby? Pat Smith?
Yes.
Rob Smith?
Yes.
Wendy?
Yes.
Ben Beard?
Yes.
Scott Cooper?
Yes.
Bob Sabatino?
Yes.
John Aucott, yes. Kristen Honey?
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Do you have other business for us today, Pat and Ben, on your subcommittee? We're good, I think.
I'm sorry, no, we're not
Excellent.
good. Because we actually we had 7 recommendations.
Yes.
So, Ben,
They were rolled up to the top line, yep.
pardon?
They were rolled up, right?
What do you mean rolled up?
Didn't you presented, Ben, what you had, right?
Well, as I mentioned, we were kind of unclear what the working group wanted, but we had these other recommendations that were here. We picked the top 2,
That's
and
right.
the third one was added. So what we have right now are the 3 top recommendations. We've not discussed any of the other recommendations.
Well,
Does not mean that the other ones can't get in. What we're trying to do is scope what are the highest level things that will be in, and then we will bring in all the nuances and many other recommendations as part of that.
well, okay, but I have to object then, because when we presented yesterday, I asked the specific question about the two top ones that we selected, but I said we had, a total of about 7, and you said that was fine. Okay, so the bottom line is, if I had known that we were only going to consider that, there's one that I feel very strongly that needs to be.
The other ones are
in
on the
there.
record, and they will be part of the report and discussion. We're not dropping them, but we are going through the top recommendations, the must-haves from all the subcommittees. So we need to give people time.
And if you want to add them on, we'll add on another session at the end of the day, and we'll consider them if you want to do that. And I will
Okay.
give you time to present them. We're happy to do that.
Well, I just need to say, I'm sorry, but I need to get this out. This is probably one of the most important things, and if I had known we were going to be limited to that, I certainly would not have agreed to this, because the surveillance criteria are causing our patients not to be able to get diagnosed and treated. And so we have a recommendation up there that addresses that.
All right,
And
so Pat,
I feel that.
we'll create a session at the end of the day.
Thank you.
And we'll cover the remainder of 5 or 6 of your recommendations. So we'll add that on at the end of the day as part 2 for Vectors Group. And that will give you time over lunch to prepare the Word document for us. Okay? That's great. No, thanks for pointing out that. Absolutely nothing. We're not trying to leave something off the table. We'll add another session. Lise, you're up.
Sure. So I co-led the Testing and Diagnostics Subcommittee group along with David Roth, who's not here today, so I will present on behalf of that group. Just to remind people, there's a written report available online, and we presented in full last week on the teleconference, but the group came up with 3 areas. Of note, we focused our thoughts on diagnosis and testing to Lyme disease, that is Borrelia burgdorferi, and Richard Horwitz spent a long time talking about other Borrelia species and other co-infections yesterday, so we were really thinking about just Borrelia burgdorferi. But the 3 areas that we talked about, and then we can go to what's on the screen here, was the gaps, that current diagnostic strategies have gaps that are well recognized and that have led to confusion for patients and clinicians about who has Lyme disease and who does not. Secondly, that there's a need for new technology. Biomedical science is moving very quickly, and those technologies have not yet been applied to Lyme disease. That there's advances in the area of Lyme disease, other infectious diseases, as well as other areas of biomedical science. And we did sort of an inventory of those approaches, but we need more research to look at those at Lyme disease more specifically. And third, we looked at the issue of special populations. That is, that the research and the work in Lyme disease has not entirely reflected the patients who are affected, most particularly children, who represent half of the new cases of Lyme disease each year, but as well minority populations, patients from previously low prevalence areas, patients with immunodeficiencies, pregnant women, and other groups such as that. So those were our 3 priority areas. In preparation for this, I followed the rules and picked 2 recommendations that are on the screen there. The first, recommendation 1, is need to evaluate new technology approaches. We need to wordsmith that for the diagnosis of Lyme disease. New technology or approaches. We should pick one of those 2 words. What? Technological approaches, yep. I think it's both strategies and new technology. Under that was to increase the funding for discovery and development of these diagnostics for Lyme disease specifically. 2, to support support existing or develop new biosample repositories for the purpose of supporting this basic research and test validation. And 3, to foster public-private partnership, open source data sharing, and I need to go to my eye doctor, support prize-based competitions for the development of the diagnostics of Lyme disease. So, any comments on the first recommendation?
I would just go back to what Richard Horwitz said about technology or approaches instead of technological approaches, because it's more flexible to say new technology or approaches.
That's fine. We just needed a connector.
And since we're weaving in the other tick-borne diseases, could we put the first number 1 to diagnosis of Lyme disease and other tick-borne diseases so that gets covered?
That's fine. I think the committee really focused on the Borrelia burgdorferi, but obviously the issues are cross-cutting, and we talked about those yesterday, so however we want to handle that, it's fine.
I mean, I would put that in bold, but that's just my...
Yeah, I would move that to the top as well.
And I think here there might be difference between sensu lato and other tick-borne disease. You know, we call Lyme disease, we have a very specific definition for that, and it could be, and sensu lato does fall into that. However, sensu lato might not be within Lyme disease. So I think there's the Lyme disease problem, which is sensu stricto. The bigger problem is sensu lato, although that's still Lyme disease, and then you have other tick-borne diseases. So I just want to call attention to that.
And then at the end of that, the of Lyme disease, I would change it to of Lyme disease and other tick-borne diseases.
Your mic's on, Pat. Do you have something to say? Or?
Oh.
Other comments? Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Other discussion? All right. Let's, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
As soon as we move the screen up, I'll try to read the second one.
Oops, sorry.
No problem.
Too far.
So the second key recommendation from the testing subcommittee was the need to include special populations, especially children, in Lyme disease studies. And under that, the sub-bullets read, provide federal funds for the development of high-quality Lyme disease biobanks that include special populations, especially children, and two, to develop and disseminate high-quality online provider education modules that address the diagnosis of tick-borne illness in general and special populations more specifically.
I would just make the same comment about adding other tick-borne diseases into.
Yeah, I mean, I think if these themes have come up across the subcommittees, and if we're making a more general approach, yes, I think our subcommittee focused, but of course.
Did you mean diagnostic studies, since that was your focus? Yeah, where? It says studies, Lyme disease studies. Okay.
Diagnostic? Yes, good correction. Yeah.
I have a procedural question. Is this going to be limited to these two recommendations, and we're not going to be able to go any further in this?
The working group report, this is one piece of it, but there's all sorts of other data, including other stuff in the subcommittee reports. I mean, anything's open as we develop the total
Okay,
report.
well, it just seems to me that things are changing from what at least from what I understood yesterday, and I have a concern, not that I don't like this recommendation, I do. However, and I expressed this concern on the phone call a week or whenever ago, and that is that these are great recommendations. We all know that we need new testing, we need technology, but unfortunately, this is going to take a long period of time to get these tests done. In the interim, we have hundreds of thousands of patients who are out there, and they cannot get diagnosed using the conventional testing. So we need to do something to address that. And I have several suggestions as to what might be done, and I don't
all
want to be...
those suggestions can get in. This is one piece of information of many inputs for the report. So what we're talking about here are high-level things that the subcommittees think are very important to include. It does not mean they'll be the only things to include, does not mean it's going to be the only source. So all those ideas are on the table, and we will incorporate appropriately. So this is not meant to restrict or minimize or leave all the other information and recommendations that came through on the chopping block floor. Not at all.
I mean, Pat, is this something, a recommendation you'd like to pose in this, as part of this subcommittee block of time?
Yes.
All right,
yes.
then when we finish with Lisa's, then you're happy to.
Oh, that's why I was trying to ascertain.
I'm happy to have you when she's done.
Thank
That's her
you.
report, but if you'd like to then propose, we're happy to hear
Thank you.
a recommendation.
Just one other quick question. In ours, at least when we did it, it was, we highlighted this of children and pregnant women. Would it be something you might want to include just to make sure that those are the
Well, by the numbers, children are affected more frequently, so that's why we chose to highlight children, being a pediatrician. But the full report lists a number of special populations: the pregnant women, the immunocompromised patients, neonates born to women infected during pregnancy, minority populations where rashes are harder to see. So we listed a whole number, which we all felt were really important. And however we want to handle the listing out, we all felt like they were all important groups.
I know we're not voting on the sub-bullets, but one thing that add here that as a placeholder might be data interoperability, because we've talked about the need to scale across different tests and stuff. So I would just like to add like big data and data interoperability as a placeholder, and we can discuss that later.
Other comments? Entertain a motion or comments?
Yeah, so I think to Pat's issue, I think the language here is really important and the primacy of this subcommittee as far as one thing that we all agree on and the effect that this has on patients, right? And the ability for them to get timely diagnosis. So I think the language here is going to be really important in how strongly we recommend this as a group. So I just want to put that up. I think we can still vote on this, but I think we can work on how strongly we want to word it.
Any other comments? Anyone with a motion?
So moved.
All right. All in favor of passing this motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion passed. Do you have any other proposals, Lise?
We picked the two prior, I followed the rules.
Thank you. So we're actually going to go to break now and ask the working group to put in their lunch orders. And then we come back, we'll have a special session for Pat to talk. All right, let's get back to work, please. So we're going to open up we have a 1 hour hard cutoff for this next session. So 1 hour hard cutoff for new concepts that people would like to put forward. That includes people that have already presented that think that they have more things they'd like to present or things that weren't on the subcommittee reports. So let's open it up for new ideas. We'll take real-time notes and we'll vote on things that people want to entertain motions on. So 1 hour.
Can we put on, is it possible to put on what is on the recommendation so far?
They're all done individually.
Okay. Can you pull up the ones from my subcommittee then, please?
Yep.
Pat, did you want to bring anything up?
Why would you think that, John?
Just
Okay,
a little
thank you.
bird in my ear.
Okay. Yes, first, I have 2 items. I don't know how I do those, but I want to do something with the lab, and then we also have something back on our surveillance that I mentioned. How do you want me to
I
address?
want you to pick one of those, and then we'll let other people go, and okay?
Okay. So, well, the one I want to address at this time is about the laboratory issue, and I certainly supported what the report came out with, but my concern is that there will be a significant time gap in getting that kind of approval and getting those tests out. So in the meantime, we have a lot of undiagnosed people running around, and I don't think that we should be, that's something that we should ignore. And so I think that we have to find some way to take the tests that we have, as bad as they are, and I'm not going to, say that they're not, but there are things that could be done to make them a little bit better. And I think it's incumbent upon us to try to make them better. So I mentioned this on the phone call, and I have a couple of suggestions here, and I'll read you what those are.
You're
And you can
formulating them as recommendations, or?
recommendations, yes. And again, they can be changed or whatever, but here's my concepts about them. Okay, ways that we could make these tests better in the meantime. And I don't think this would take a lot of money, but maybe I'm off base. Congress directs CDC and other relevant government agencies to remove the banned reporting requirements imposed at the Dearborn Conference on Lyme Western blot interpretation, with a new meeting of all the relevant stakeholders who shall review new interpretive criteria using all the newest technologies. And that those stakeholders would include treating physicians, patients and family members, and advocates. So that's one suggestion. But also, in order to do something with that and the banding requirements, something could be immediately done, I believe, anyway. And this is based on the conversation I had with the FDA, a couple of, well, not just the FDA, but the actual laboratories that, a lot of the national laboratories that do the testing. I asked them if they would report out all of the bans, not just the CDC bans, as they're commonly called, and they thought it was a good idea, but then the bottom line was, when they went back to whomever, suddenly they said it couldn't be done. And the reason it couldn't be done is because their approval process included this kind of wording inside the box. So therefore, they claim that's why they couldn't do it. So this seems to me that this would not be hard to do. Congress directs the FDA to loosen requirements on currently cleared Lyme tests to permit the results to be reported out, showing all positive bans, not just CDC Dearborn bans. So if that were done first, then we have that stakeholders meeting. Now, this could be what the stakeholders meeting is, or they could decide to do something else. But Congress directs CDC and NIH to convene a meeting of all stakeholders to examine real-world evidence on the diagnosis of Lyme disease. And real-world evidence is a term, again, that's used in the 21st Century Cures Act, and it allows not just scientific data to be used, which of course naturally we want to happen, but that it shows what the problems are of the existing tests. So these are three things that I felt in some way would be useful to address the gap, if you will, in the gap. In other words, there's a gap before the new tests, and these could possibly address that.
Can we clean up the language for a second? So let's just go over that, make sure you got
Sure.
your language. So is that a three-part recommendation? Is that right?
Well, I wanted to see what the group thought.
Right, but we need to start with what,
Okay.
the starting point is 3 bullets, is
Yeah.
that right?
Yes,
So let's
correct.
just clean up the
Okay.
language on it and make sure it's
Okay.
right.
Why
don't you reread them again?
Okay. Congress directs CDC and other relevant government agencies, plural, to remove the banned reporting requirements.
Okay, hold on. To remove the ban requirement?
Banned reporting requirements imposed at the Dearborn Conference
Okay, hold on. Imposed at the Dearborn Conference.
on Lyme Western blot interpretation.
Okay.
With a new meeting held of all relevant stakeholders.
Okay, hold on. All relevant stakeholders, okay.
Including treating physicians, patients, and family members and advocates.
Physicians, patients, family members, and advocates.
That shall be to review the interpretive criteria using all the newest technologies. Let me know when you're ready for the
I think
second.
there's something missing on that.
Can we change physician to clinicians?
I'm sorry?
Well, can,
Change physician to clinician?
Oh, that's fine. Clinicians is better, yes, more inclusive, yeah.
okay, go ahead with the second one.
Okay,
But you're saying remove reporting requirements and replace them with a meeting. Do you mean replace them with?
no, I'm
meeting?
sorry, not, yeah, it's got to be cleaned up a bit. And my sticky notes are not as good as my computer. I can't read my little whatever. No, it's removing the requirements. That's what I would really like to happen. But then additionally, I think a meeting should be held to review interpretive criteria in general. So in other words, that meeting would
New
would do
criteria
like,
derived from a meeting.
yes, correct. That would be like happened at Dearborn, which, you know, there were a number of agencies, including CDC, involved in that. And to my knowledge, I have not seen such a meeting being held since that time, specifically to address that issue. But in the interim, I would like the band reporting requirements removed, period. So in order to do that, if I can just finish this, and then Congress directs FDA to loosen requirements on currently cleared Lyme tests.
Okay, hold on, loosen requirements on currently cleared Lyme tests.
Correct, plural,
Okay.
to permit the results to be reported out showing all positive bands, not just CDC Dearborn bands, which is what they're commonly, again, referred as.
Okay, hold on. Okay, and then your third one?
Yeah, the third one, and this would be a kind of a type of meeting that could be used. There could be others, but this was a suggestion for me. Congress directs CDC and NIH to convene a meeting of all stakeholders to examine if real-world evidence, in quotes, on the diagnosis of Lyme disease, and it should probably say to examine scientific and real-world evidence on the diagnosis of Lyme disease.
Okay, so read that one more time, please.
Okay. Congress directs CDC and NIH to convene a meeting of all stakeholders to examine the science and real-world evidence, in quotes, on the diagnosis of Lyme disease. That's
Okay. Let's open it up for discussion.
Pat, did you want to, oh, sorry.
Please, Win.
One,
Whenever you increase sensitivity of an assay, you lose specificity. So Pat, when I don't work with these assays, but if you open it up to more bands, and I assume those are non-specific bands, you're going to capture more Lyme patients, but you're going to capture a lot of non-Lyme patients. So just as long as you're aware that you're going to increase sensitivity, but you're going to lose specificity.
okay. I Do you have understanding of that issue? However, I'm not a physician or a laboratorian, but Richard, would you
Also, for example,
address
at the Dearborn criteria with the IgM, right, because they didn't want to worry about the Lymerix vaccine giving a false positive 31, 34, they took them off. Now, it's true that the 31 you can get certain times with Epstein-Barr virus and other things, but for the most part, if you have a 31, 34, and you have someone who has, for example, the presentation of Julia with migratory pain, and I was going to, so the 31, 34, for example, are specific bands, right? Understanding that there can be some changes sometimes with the 31, even just to replace that on the IgM, because it's now known that in chronic Lyme disease or people have persistent symptoms, you get many more positive IgM Western blots than you do IgG. This has already been proven in the scientific literature. And unfortunately, even that sometimes is misinterpreted, saying it has to be a false positive. But as a clinician, if someone's coming in with the right symptoms, I've done a differential diagnosis, and regarding that, Pat, just on the newest technologies, the wording I would just add would be the newest diagnostic techniques and methodologies, or new diagnostic methodologies, techniques. And the reason I say that is you're going to have a lot of people with chronic fatiguing musculoskeletal illness. You can't possibly test every person. You have to have some screening criteria on how to do this. And in our subcommittee report, there was a validated screening questionnaire that was published last year where in 1,600 people, a score over 63 was 2 standard deviations above the mean. If someone presents with a high score and has migratory pain, it at least lets the clinician know that there's a high probability that you need to be doing the test. So I would not just rely, because I'm an internist, I do clinical medicine, I wouldn't just rely on technologies. That's why I wanted to just put in diagnostic techniques or methodologies. But to answer that about the Dearborn, even if just the 31, 34 were replaced back in there, even that alone would be helpful. But I agree with you, Pat. I mean, getting some of the other bands on there, but especially for the IgM, I would love to see that put back in. We'll have the same problem, I think, when a new vaccine is available, but we can address it when the time comes.
I don't have a problem with developing a new number of bands or specific bands or whatever. That's fine, but just opening it up to just all bands, then you're going to lose that specificity.
I have an opinion, please. I understand what Alan's saying, but like Rich said, and this was brought up in Access for Care yesterday when we put it in the bucket, the testing is based on clinician opinion. And that's where I understand bringing in more bands is going to bring in a lot more results, but we're depending on the clinician to diagnose it. And that was in our testing part of the Access for Care that we bucketed. So that's one important thing. If we do open up those bands, that the clinician still makes that choice. It's not on, it's by opinion.
This is a very complicated suggestion and question from the clinician point of view, because as most people here know, the origin of the Western blot was to provide specificity for a first stage screening test that was supposed to be very sensitive, and that was therefore came up with this blot which measures reactions to various proteins that a number of bacteria have flagella. There is no, to my knowledge, no specific single band that is highly predictive of B. burgdorferi infection, as opposed to the possibility of cross-reaction. There are certainly others that are highly cross-reactive, whether it's 41KD for flagella or heat shock proteins. And once you start moving beyond what's already been evaluated carefully, I agree with Alan, you get into an area where the test loses any meaning at all. And in fact, I think I would posit that you're going to create much more harm for patients by losing what we do know about diagnosis and saying that we can abandon that and just accept an IgM blot in somebody who doesn't have early disease with one band that may not be specific. You're going to lose specificity. You're going to expose people to the wrong diagnosis, or they will be given the wrong diagnosis because of that. And this is a very complicated question. I also think it detracts from the general emphasis of the diagnostics subcommittee group, which is to move forward toward new technologies And in fact, it's not like it's not right around the corner. There are already two-tiered testing that don't use blots that stand up very well. It's published by Branda, and I think actually Lise might have been on that paper. These things are right there now, and you have tests, ELISA tests such as C6 that pick up essentially all of the known Borrelia osbeae types anyway, so they work in Europe, it works in the US. We have some very good tools that are not being used most effectively yet. And I think our emphasis should be on moving forward and moving those things along to general use.
Can I ask a question? Just for clarification, you said if we were to add more bands, we would lose info for diagnosis. If we added a couple bands, why would you lose information? Because you'd have all the information from the bands that are already CDC bands, or whatever you want to call them, with a couple additional ones. So how are you losing information there?
So regarding the specificity of the bands, there was an article, and I'm sure you know it, by Ma et al. That was published many years ago about the sensitivity and specificity of the Western blot. And as a clinician who's seen 13,000 people with whatever the name you're going to call it, chronic Lyme disease, PTLDS, it's been very useful for me as a clinician doing a differential diagnosis. You're right about you don't want to underdiagnose and you don't want to overdiagnose. That's the whole point of medicine, of learning differential diagnosis. But those bands on the Western blot, if I have someone that has a chronic fatigue syndrome or a fibromyalgia, again, clinical diagnosis, how do we have 5% of the US population with that without a good test? And yet that's the case in this country. A lot of those patients who come to see me who've suffered for years, they have Borrelia-specific bands on their Western blot, they have migratory pain, they have migratory neuralgia, which is the hallmark of Lyme. You don't see it in any other disease, where they've got tingling, numbness, burning, paresthesias. As a clinician, if I have someone who has memory concentration problems and I've ruled out B12 deficiency and I've done a methylmalonic and a folic acid and I've looked at mercury and lead in every differential for memory, and it has the classic constellation that was described in John's paper, the Redmond paper, of fatigue, sleep disorders, migratory. So the point being, you can do this as a clinician. The bands on the Western blot are extremely useful. I've been doing it now for over 30 years. And I agree with Kristen. I don't think there's any harm with doing it, because if we're saying it's a clinical diagnosis, the problem for clinicians is, how do you make the clinical diagnosis? And that's the elephant that sometimes has not been addressed, which is why I think, you know, validated screening questionnaires and looking at it and learning differential diagnosis, going back to the basics in medicine, I think is absolutely essential.
Well, I submit that, again, you work in a very specialized practice. I work in a medical center and a primary care practice, and I see patients from all around the state who have had Lyme disease testing. There's a lot of confusion around blots, even with some guidance on interpretation of a Western blot, in terms of what do they mean and how do we interpret them. Adding a longer list of bands onto a sheet that a physician or provider gets back does not move things forward. It simply adds to the confusion. Now, you may find, and I know there are other physicians who were involved in development of the Western blot who do find it helpful to look at the array of bands that are present and sometimes progression of the number of bands over time. And I think there may be a role for certain specialists in using that particular diagnostic tool, but I would submit that for most providers working around the country, it adds more confusion than clarity, and making this more confusing by changing what we are using now will actually be detrimental to patients.
Well, the problem also is the other Borrelia species. So, and Wendy was bringing that up. So in the South, for example, when again you look at Ed Masters' work on Stari, a lot of those bands showed up, the same ones, but you're not necessarily going to get, you know, the standard testing to be positive. So at least as a clinician, I can say these bands are important. It's been published in the literature by Ma et al. And minimally, if the 31 and 34 were re-added back, which was what was taken away from Dearborn, at least from that perspective, and those are specific bands, I think it would be helpful understanding, again, some of the cross-reactivity that's there.
And I would like to say a couple of things. First of all, at Dearborn, there was a minority opinion among some very respected laboratorian and clinicians there, and that was not included in the report. They were horrified at what came out of Dearborn, and the use of those bans was based on a report that was done in 1994. And yes, Rob, I would like to see new technology. I would like to see the tests that are out there being used. And you know why they're not being used? They're not being used because the IDSA guidelines say that you must use a two-tiered test, and that limits what can be used. The CDC surveillance criteria, which is being used for diagnosis, says that the two-tier test must be used. And so a lot of these things cannot be used. And this I'm talking about really new technology. C6, I don't know a lot, but quite frankly, I don't think that's really new technology. And so that new technology is going to take time to go through the FDA process, even when it's, being maybe in development now, because they probably do not have a predicate test established for that. And the way, as you probably know, the way it's done by the FDA is they have a predicate test. It's a test that they use, and they hold all the other tests up to that. So the subsequent tests are cleared rather than approved, but the approved one has to go through a really extensive process. Now, maybe it's possible that if the new technology is something that's used in another disease and it's already approved, then perhaps, okay, maybe then they can, go to cleared. But we don't know that. This is going to take time, and people have told me about the tests they're working on for years. I know many researchers, but yet we have nothing. We cannot wait, and we have a tool. It's not a great tool, I'll be the first to tell you that, but we have to do something to make it better. We have that ability. And so I'd like to think that our physicians, and I know many of our treating physicians across the country, and they can take that banding and look at that and make decisions. Right now, I also know from the thousands and thousands of patients I've heard over the years who will send me, I don't ask for it, I can't even interpret it. I tell them, I'm sorry, I'm not a doctor, can't get involved, but I look at it, and these people have these bands, and they're the same bands, pretty much sets time and time again. So it isn't like we don't know. In my opinion, we don't want to know. For whatever reason, this government has not wanted to know what this whole situation is. I have no idea why this takes place. I really don't. It's why I'm sitting here. So we have to do something for those patients now. And so, look, my suggestions, you don't like them, then make something else. The 31 and the 34 are the most significant bans that I know clinicians talk about coming out of Dearborn. And I don't know if there's any new papers. I've heard out of CDC for a while. There were some new updated studies from Dearborn that they had on the banding. I haven't seen those. I don't know what those are. But I have to tell you, this, folks, is one of the patient's biggest problems, which is why I felt so strongly that, I have to say something about what can we do in the interim period. We have to do something. I'm all for this new technology. I voted for it. I've funded some of it, for heaven's sake, out there, giving people monies to look at this stuff, my organization. But we have to do something now, and it has to be something that's helping these people get diagnosed. And I'm sorry if clinicians have trouble, but they're going to have to, if they got the proper education in the medical schools, which, by the way, they are not getting, and they are not putting that proper education out there. And I know this from personal reasons, and a gentleman in the audience discussed the same thing. And in the medical schools, they're being told you must use these two-tier tests, you must not treat these patients. And I know because my daughter just got a degree, and
okay.
So,
bottom line.
So Pat, when you say these two-tier tests, you're really talking about the screening ELISA followed by the Western blot. What I was just mentioning, which I didn't hear you address, was that we already have highly sensitive and specific tests that can be used as two-tiered tests to maximize, the best we can, sensitivity and specificity. Why not endorse the continued work on those tests and introduction of them into clinical practice rather than going back in time and actually, I think, will delay things to try to redo science around Western blots and see if you can come up with a more predictive number of bands. I think that's really where our focus should be, and I feel quite strongly about that. I'd be interested to hear from our diagnostic group if they have an opinion.
I do think there is a risk to patients of not examining specificity very rigorously. So in terms of failure to diagnose other conditions which can mimic, and I think that can't be ignored. So I think the specificity issue is crucial.
The other issue is pretest probability. I mean, I think it's a little bit what Richard's getting to. I mean, if you have a high pretest probability, then your cutoff may be different, right? I mean, so your pretest probability times the test result is going to give you your post-test probability. I think that's where people get tripped up a lot too. You know, if it's a very high probability scenario and you have a, not so high ELISA, that's probably still, the post-test probability is probably still reasonable in a reasonable risk-benefit ratio to treat. So that's the other issue that gets lost a lot as well. And there's no flexibility for that in the current two-tier system. It's a kind of a dichotomous outcome. It's yes or no. So there's no way to build in that pretest probability.
Well, the pretest probability was actually examined in, there was an article in Annals about 15 years ago.
Tugwell, yeah.
Yeah, which looked at what is the predictive value positive and negative of this test given your prior probabilities. And what that devolves to is the question of how likely on the clinical grounds is it that Lyme disease is the diagnosis. Rich would imply that a questionnaire is high, it provides a high pretest probability. I'd like to look at that data that you're basing that on, because if it's not based on the inflammatory symptoms that we see with early Lyme disease, and we're talking about early Lyme disease or late Lyme disease where you have a swollen knee or you have other findings that really raise the pretest probability over what I would call non-specific symptoms. I disagree that migratory arthralgias are a specific symptom. Then you're going to be dealing with a very low pretest probability. So I agree with what you're saying, but the application of that in clinical practice is not as simple as it's being made to seem.
So trying to bridge these different worlds, the main goal, solution in the immediate term for all the patients who are not, being served by these tests. I wonder if there's opportunity for one of the recommendations out of the patient access subcommittee where it was really lifting up the caveats in language, and could Congress mandate some kind of warning label so that for whenever you do the two-tier testing, it is that these are surveillance criteria and not for diagnostic purposes, but one input. And would that serve to get at some of the issues you're speaking to, Pat?
No, unfortunately, I don't know that it would, because even though it says that, excuse me, the IDSA guidelines continue to embrace that protocol. And so doctors practice, for the most part, except our treating physicians, practice using those guidelines. And additionally, insurers would be looking to those IDSA guidelines, and I can't imagine, I could be wrong, but I can't imagine that the IDSA's new guidelines are going to, change. So if we want to simplify this, I'm fine with simplifying it and saying, for example, the addition of the 31 and 34 band back. I do not see that as being complex. I talk to doctors every day who understand that issue, and I don't know why doctors couldn't understand. Well, excuse me, but now we have 31 and 34 band in there. And so at least we are now permitting another group of people who have maybe 4 bands, but they have other bands, but they only have the 4 that out of what the CDC requires. And oftentimes, it's the 31 and 34 that are missing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong there, Richard.
No, it's correct. What I just wanted to point out, though, about the testing is, in the last year or two, there's been a lot that's come out. There's been next-generation EIAs, single multiplex assays with synthetic targets, with a combination where Steve Schutzer had talked about this, the 2 EIA testing protocol using a wholesale sonicate EIA and the C6 EIA in a 2-tier testing paradigm was more sensitive than 2-tier testing. Single multiplex test, which evaluates antibody responses to multiple Borrelia antigens, broad PCR screening, Borrelia genus level, TACMAN PCR, followed by multi-locus sequencing, using next-generation sequencing has been talked about in the last year. Real-time PCRs with gene-specific primers. I mean, the tick-borne disease serochip. There's been a lot that's actually come out in the last couple of years, and I guess my question is, with all this good research that's been done, can we fast-track looking at all this new technology and seeing what really is not necessarily one test, but maybe a panel of tests, because I use a panel of tests. I've had, for example, ELISA's negative C6 positives, but I've also had C6 negatives and ELISA positives. I mean, I've kind of seen all different combinations. So with the new technology that's come out, which has been published in the last 2 years, I would think fast-tracking that conference you're discussing, looking at all these technologies and comparing the different diagnostic testing would actually be very useful.
Well, I think you just made my point that there actually are, in fact, FDA-approved tests that can be used in combination that are potentially an improvement. Testing a test takes time. To test a test in a way that ensures reliability and validity takes time. It's not something that you can fast-track something if you say this looks particularly promising, but you don't really have to do that. I think we're talking about if you're talking about short-run solutions while we're waiting for some of the newer technological tests to be tested, and I point out that old things aren't necessarily bad. There are some old tests that are actually very good, and we are at 4th generation of some of these ELISAs, so they've actually been worked on over 20 years, and I think that it's a relevant topic as to whether our strategies for how we use these tests that are FDA approved can be improved. Now, I'm not sure that rises to the top of the whole diagnosis question, but I'll stop there.
Rob, I have to respond to something you said earlier. It's just resonating with me. You said, why would we open up more bands to confuse physicians? I'm not trying to confuse clinicians as a patient. I want to give them a better resource and a better tool. And where it's a problem is it's not confusing, it's better educating the doctors that are out there.
In all due respect, I disagree with that. It's not, you can't educate people unless you have really sound scientific evidence upon which you're making the statement. And simply picking some bands and saying, I think adding them in will be better is not the sort of level of scrutiny and rigor that is required to really improve things and move things forward. And I shouldn't use the word confusion. I simply point that out that is a factor in real-world diagnostics around the use of the Western blot. The real question is, what is highly sensitive and specific and can be applied in this population in a reliable way? We actually have the tools to do that now, and we will have even better tools for early diagnosis in the offing. I assume, we don't know for sure, but there are certainly some strategies that will help with that. So I guess I'm saying the same thing again.
As a patient, we just, when there's a physician like Dr. Horowitz that could use an additional band that makes a difference, it does make a difference. While we're waiting for the next technology to come out, the new test spectrum, whatever it's going to be, we would be interested in still having the specialized opinion of a doctor like that if he says another band in my toolbox would help me, help the treatment move along, because we're all not one treatment. We're all individuals.
And also, Rob, you indicated that this hasn't been studied. Actually, this was all studied at Dearborn, and the apparent reasoning for removing 31 and 34 was related to the upcoming vaccine development, and that is really problematic for people. And so that has been studied. There were people there at the table who objected strenuously to the removal of those bans because they understood that indeed those bans were indicative of Borrelia burgdorferi. And so I hear what you're saying, but I'm sorry at this point in time. I feel we have to do something. I understand about what you're talking about the new testing. And if there's some way that that testing could be incorporated, and used, that's fine. But currently, everything has to follow what the IDSA says and what the CDC surveillance criteria says. That's just how it is. It's not supposed to be, but that's how it is. And so our patients are not getting diagnosed.
So let me try and understand what sounds like two issues. And Pat, do I understand that there are two things you would like without thinking about how you get there? And that is, you would like that for patients with disease X, there would be a healthcare system that would provide their coverage, and that the second thing would be that there is a knowledgeable provider who could give them that treatment without risk of doing undue harm. Are those the two different factors involved here? It's having coverage for treatment and having someone who knows how to administer the right treatment that does not make someone worse rather than better. That's what it sounds like we're reaching toward here.
The bottom line, what I'm reaching for right here and now, is to get patients diagnosed. They're not being diagnosed, and that's causing them to not get treatment and to go to chronic disease. Call it what you will, I don't really care, but that's where they go. And so we have to stop that. We have to allow them to get a timely diagnosis. And so, look, I have confidence that physicians who hopefully attended medical school and are in clinical practice can look at and analyze bans that come in. If they can't, they can certainly find out about it on the internet in a place that gives you the appropriate information. They get new tests every day in different diseases. And you mean so they can't interpret those tests? I mean, this has been around 40 years. And we're talking about that people don't know how to interpret, and they won't know well, 2 more bans are now going to be added, and these doctors are going to be like, what is that? And what do I do with it? I'm sorry. I have to find, I feel that we have to find some solution. If somebody has a better idea of how we address the next 2 or 3 years or whatever it's going to take for this new technology, that can make some use of the tests that we're forced to use. And that's the bottom line. We're forced to use them. And yes, doctors can do other ones, but the insurers generally will not pay for them. And sometimes doctors are also disciplined in certain ways if they don't use the appropriate testing protocol.
So one idea might be for the report to flag that diagnostics are, in the near term, missing people, failing people, problematic, or there are differences, and then maybe flag some different approaches. So one could be, the tests that they are today. Another one might be Horowitz's approach with 31 and 34. Another one might be the things you present here. So this might be an area where we just have to frame different perspectives.
I think we're getting way too granular, and that this focus on it is way too granular for the importance of the topic of diagnosis. And Pat, if your intention is to prevent late disease by adding bands that are expressed actually later in disease rather than early disease, that is not going to help. So that's not really going to help with that particular question. And in terms of the issue, we don't really know. I mean, we don't really have a number for how many people are missed with current testing who have actual Lyme disease. Does anyone have a reference that can provide for that, because we don't have another gold standard to look at. So I
That in
think
itself is kind of circular and a problem for getting better diagnostics, because we
It
don't have
can-
great diagnostics, and then you're comparing new tests to crap.
it can be, but I would like to get us back to the higher level general approach to improving diagnosis and not get lost in the forest for the trees in this.
So, I mean, one point, I think, and to really simplify it, is I think Pat's asking for a test that's more sensitive and less specific.
And it's also, I mean, it is communication about the shortcomings of the test. That test is used so often as negatively predictive when it is no such thing. And how much sensitivity are you willing to sacrifice for a point of specificity? So I understand the FDA's position, and I know physicians need help ruling out other diseases, but how many people are you willing not to pick up to get one more point of specificity? And this is an age-old problem in diagnostics. FDA and regulatory authorities want to get to really high specificity. I understand the need for that. However, when you have a test that's really 50% in early stages sensitive, that is not appropriate to use that to rule out disease. And that fact is just not communicated to doctors. And especially, I mean, Liz, you would know the Mayoni data better than I do, but those were C6 positives. ELISAs might not be picking up anything in California, where we've had Besettii circulating in patients since the late 80s, as well as probably Miyamoto-I. So how is that okay to be using? And this is an age-old problem. It's why, my foundation concentrates on diagnostics, but the ability to use that test should be really caveated at every point, and it's really not. And that happens in insurance, it happens in the primary care office, and it happens, frankly, in the hospital as well. So I think we really have to, I support Pat in this point, where you really need to take a more basic look at that test and how it's used in clinical practice and communicate that to doctors.
I think that's actually consistent with what I was saying, which is, how do we use the tests we have most effectively? It is true that too often Lyme serology is used in early Lyme disease when it really shouldn't, with people not knowing that the sensitivity is 50% in that setting. So that's one area that could be improved right away, is through education around the appropriate use of Lyme serology at different stages of Lyme disease. So that's number one. And go ahead, you have a question.
No, but it also misses late stage, not as much, but it also misses neuroborreliosis on occasion. It misses other things. It's not perfect. It's not the end-all be-all. And oftentimes, serology and blood-based diagnostics are used in place of clinical judgment. This is a hard disease to diagnose. I understand that, and I know that clinicians need better tools. The problem is, in the meantime, they're not getting that very nuanced message, and patients are constantly told they don't have Lyme, despite the fact that the serology is not 100% sensitive.
I guess it depends on where you're seeing things. I see much more frequently overinterpretation of a Western blot, for example, an IgM-only, positive blot being used after early disease, so maybe months or years into somebody being ill. The predictive value of that is very, very low, extremely low. It's much more likely that there's some other diagnosis if that's the primary evidence that you're basing this on. So the other side of this coin is really how many people are exposed to, or given the wrong diagnosis, exposed to unnecessary treatment that maybe doesn't work right away, as it often does in many cases of Lyme disease, because we're not actually treating the correct disease. And I think it's very important to point out the issues that you bring up around regional issues around the West Coast and the East Coast. There are a number of other tick-borne diseases out there that we may be seeing, and if we're going to take a very low specificity approach to testing, we're going to start calling everybody saying they all have Lyme disease, and we're going to miss the boat in terms of the real differential diagnosis of, is this another tick-borne disease? Is this some other illness presenting like this? We infectious disease doctors often see people who are referred to us because they haven't responded to appropriate treatment, and they may not have a fully positive test, but they're referred to us for possible Lyme disease. And a number of times, and this is anecdotal sort of information, but we actually uncover other diagnoses that were missed. So, and that causes harm too. So this is a complicated question, and I really don't think that trying to answer a question in this group at this time makes sense. If we want to, if you want to have a conference with focusing on the diagnosis of Lyme disease with the leading experts who are doing the research and some leading clinicians to talk about it, that's fine, but I wouldn't hang it around the idea of a Western blot and the number of bands.
Yeah,
Well,
I want to plus one what Wendy said on the communication, education, and also what Rob said, and I have to say, being in government, whenever Congress or, authorities, policymakers mandate scientists do things, you can get really perverse outcomes. So I think Rob's point of getting some of the experts, if, this is a different form than here, I think the opportunity we have is literally a 40-page report to Congress and the HHS secretary. And one motion might be to take this, which is a hot topic and so important, and put it into our controversies section. So we will highlight this and do a technical issues brief with the different things that are going on and flesh it out in more detail in that framework. Because I don't think we'll get to consensus, but I think we can flag this as a priority controversy to address in the report.
So I'm giving a 15-minute warning as well, so we can gauge the length of our comments, because we'll adjourn or break in 15 minutes.
I'm sorry, we have 15 more minutes? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we have a break
Okay.
in 15 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make just a couple more points. First of all, when you discuss in later Lyme, and the problem is no one ever talks about the fact of the antigen and the antibody complex, and the fact that the testing that we have commercially cannot separate those two. It can only test for free antibody. So yes, there are problems with late line testing, but no one ever brings that up. And there's several papers on that. Schutzer's coils and Lenny Siegel, I think, even did a paper on that, and many others. But nobody ever, discusses these issues and the problems associated. And if you're saying now's not the time, well, quite frankly, I know I've waited 35 years for the time, and it's never the time. Whenever we want to discuss it, it's
Pat, what we're
not.
saying is now is the time, but where the time is to frame this as an issue that needs to be addressed much more deeply and rigorously.
I'm sorry, I heard that. I just needed to say that to Rob because I feel it's really important that he understand that I speak the frustration of patients who have waited for this to happen, and it isn't happening. And so, yes,
So can I put the motion out there again, that we flag this as a controversy and something that the report will highlight, as well as have a technical issue brief to dive into the science deeply? And it may be a minority report, and maybe multiple minority reports.
So what is the technical issue brief? What does that mean?
It's one of the areas in the report where the audience will be scientists and people very familiar with tick-borne disease. We have to remember the report itself is for Congress and the HHS secretary, so we don't want to go into the wonky details. We'll lose our audience. However, we have to have the rigor and the science to have legitimacy to this report. So we're having select topics that we can dive in more deeply with an assumed audience of, high Lyme, tick-borne illness literacy, and more of a scientific, peer review approach, like a journal.
And we discussed this somewhere?
Yesterday, we were talking about in the framework and the design of the report, yes.
Okay. All right, well, one more question about this, and that is then, if it's put in there, so you're saying then the bottom line is we're not going to make any recommendations to Congress about it?
If you want to make a motion, we'll vote on it.
Well,
But you have to have a motion to vote on it.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get the feel for what
Yeah.
Kristen is
If we
talking
can get a
about.
motion that we get today, we'll vote on it. If we don't, which we spent now 50 minutes almost discussing it, I just have to be conscious.
Yeah,
Then that means we're not going to get a motion. So then
I
the
get it.
alternative that the chair
Okay.
and co-chair are recommending.
I'm going to move that in addition to Kristen's suggestion, that get put into the report, but I'm also going to move that we recommend to Congress that they direct CDC and NIH or relevant government agencies to add back the 31 and 34 bands for interpretation on the testing.
So I think those should be separate things, okay?
Okay.
Kristen put out an
Okay.
idea for motion. If you want to put out a second one, that's fine.
Oh, well, no, if that's, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't realize that was, okay. You have a motion, then go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, so the motion I had was to flag this as one of the controversies, a priority controversy, and there could be multiple parts to it. So one could be, two-tier testing as we have it now. Another block of it could be 31, 34. Another one, the future technology, who knows? But then supplementing, because we imagine there's going to be at least one, maybe multiple minority reports, supplementing it with a technical issues brief.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay. I think we've discussed about as much as we can, unless there's one last comment before we vote
My
on
only last
it.
comment is I wasn't sure I quite got the motion.
Can we write that out for a review?
Yeah, so
Unclear.
yesterday how we identified
It's on the monitor at the
commonalities.
bottom.
I'm not sure if I have it correct, though, to what Kristen is saying.
So
so-
yesterday, how we were identifying, commonalities and things we agreed on, and we also flagged controversies. So I think this whole discussion should be flagged as one of those controversies to pull out in the report, and it warrants a technical issue brief for a more scientific audience, showing science on all the different sides.
So the controversy would be in the body of the report, but then, details in the technical brief. So it would appear in the working group report as a controversy. It's clearly a controversy, right? There's no resolution here. So we flag it as a controversy that we spent an hour on that we couldn't reach a resolution on. That's the facts. And then we link that to a technical brief. I mean, it is what it is.
Part of this is that flagging as a controversy will allow us to have more discussion about what would the recommendation for Congress, what would it be? And it may very well be to convene a more in-depth scientific meeting with diverse stakeholders, including patients, figured out. But this report is not that forum. So there could be recommendations to Congress that come out of our discussion with controversy, but I don't think we'll resolve it right here.
So this is this a major recommendation then? I'm still confused, because
No, it's
everything we
not a major
voted on.
recommendation. It's flagging it as a major controversy.
So that's different than everything we voted on so far, which is a major recommendation.
That's correct.
So
That's right.
why can't that go into a parking lot? It seems like this is a change in our,
I think if we put it in a parking lot and don't address it in this report, it will be a huge missed opportunity, like Pat said, and 2 years till the next report comes out, that's not addressing a major issue. So I would propose we flag it as a controversy in this report.
and the controversy is exactly what? Because just all you've got written there is flag as a priority controversy, and I'm not sure what that's referring to.
The current diagnostics or the testing and how they're being used.
So read the whole motion again?
Can you make the screen smaller so I can see the top parts as well? Thank you.
We could present those three things and that they were a controversy.
Say we can't agree on those.
Yeah,
The
so
way
they-
Dennis said it, that we can't
He just
agree
said,
on
yeah.
those three things, and we are going to flag it for urgent attention in this report.
But we are agreeing that they need urgent attention? That's implicit?
I would say yes. I think that
Okay, I would-
the urgency, the priority.
If we're still discussing, I would come back with my statement that we're detracting from where we really want to get with this if we make it.
Right. But I think there's multiple audiences here, and so that's part of the reason is, there's multiple audiences, and for some audiences, it's clearly a hyper-urgent issue, so it depends, what audience we're talking about.
So when you say those three things, is it going to be a generalized description of those three things versus the language in those three things? Because, and I understand in
Very
deference to
generalized,
time,
yeah.
we didn't
Yeah,
even talk about the language of those other two.
Extremely generalized. I think the generalized in the sense of, testing and diagnostics and how it's being applied today. So yes, incredibly generalized.
But the discussion has not been generalized, so I think that there's still confusion about what this motion actually is. I mean, is it to talk about agencies to remove the band reporting requirements imposed, blah, blah, blah? Or is it all three as is? And is that really, does that determine what the discussion will be in terms of the controversy?
I would frame it as testing and diagnostics and the bans, how they're used today, there's controversy. And I see multiple groups doing different things. One would be the IDSA approach, another one, ILADS, and we heard from Horowitz about 31 and 34. And then there's probably other groups, I mean, maybe the co-infections and things out there. So in terms of how we're framing this as a flag controversy, none of that is detailed there. But flagging this general topic of diagnostics today and how they're being used and what that's doing to patients, missing some, that's what generally saying needs to be flagged.
Yeah, I think the 3 bullets are confusing because the first 2 I have trouble distinguishing from each other. Looks like they're both trying to say the same thing about the bans, and so I think it should be highly generalized to what is the main issue, a little clearer. And I think we generally know what it is, and that's wanting to do something in a more rapid time frame for addressing the patients that Pat has described are not, to her opinion, receiving the appropriate attention and care. And so is there a way to frame that in like 25 words or less?
Controversy.
Or at least blend the first 2 bullets together, because I don't see a difference between them.
Or can we just cut and paste all the bullets and indent them under as placeholder ideas, but not specifics?
I think you run a risk there, because even if you have like, you know, because those bullets are specific recommendations, right? That we can't come to consensus on. And if you put those anywhere in the text, then now those become, part of the conversation, right? And it looks like we're sort of endorsing, specifically directing certain agencies to do certain things that we can't agree on.
Although what we had done yesterday was if we indent everything, then the sub-bullets we did not agree on. They were basically placeholders for us to remember what the conversation was and what the discussion was.
Okay.
So we could revisit it. So
Okay.
there's nothing binding in the sub-bullets.
Right.
But they were placeholders and a track of some of our discussions. We could flush it out later.
Okay.
I still think it's too specific. I think it's too granular for what Dennis was trying to capture with his statement.
Dennis, I like how you phrased that. Would you mind repeating that? And maybe we can capture it at the high level.
I mean, I liked what you said in the beginning
What did I
about,
say?
well, with clarification of what, is the issue, that there are patients who are not receiving care because they're not in a healthcare system that's providing them the care they need, and they're not getting care from a physician or clinician in a way that's providing care. When you were asking for that clarification.
It's like urgent attention to all the patients who are missed or falling between the cracks because of diagnostics today.
There was controversy in the best approach on how to diagnose patients who don't currently fall within the diagnostic criteria for Lyme disease, but who appear to have, and then fill in the blank on the rest of that.
The surveillance criteria.
Okay, so now you have to say it slower so I can capture it.
That was excellent.
This is, play the tape back. There was controversy in determining the best path forward to address patients not currently captured within the Lyme diagnostic criteria, that some feel firmly should fall within those diagnostic criteria?
I don't think we want to make the implication that we agree that there are a large number of patients that are not currently captured. So that's still an area of discussion and of.
That's why I had some feel.
Yeah, so I think that something like that doesn't imply a consensus that doesn't exist.
The priority 1 of the diagnostic testing was to flesh out the issues around the gaps, the current gaps, so there's some background information that could be referred there.
I think it's controversy in determining the best path forward with patients who currently do not fall within the established Lyme disease diagnostic criteria.
Or surveillance Lyme disease diagnostic criteria.
Lyme criteria.
That some feel
I think
strongly are being inappropriately missed.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all heard the thing about surveillance, but I think mixing that is just furthering the confusion. For this, it's about clinical diagnostics. And I would even say, instead of saying diagnostic criteria, I would call out two-tier testing.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's about two-tier testing, and it's about the banding criteria,
Yes.
which is part of two-tier testing.
I'm just trying to
So
go
I
to a
would
higher
specify-
level,
yeah.
not so specific.
But it's not part of all two-tier testing, as I was pointed out before. So the blot is not part of the newer papers that have come out looking at alternative two-tier testing approaches.
But the algorithm is not being changed yet, right?
Well, I don't know what algorithm you're talking about.
The current CDC, 2006 paper has not been superseded.
I like Ben's idea. I think it's a good one.
Missed and therefore not receiving appropriate treatment, something like that? Because it's not just that they're being missed, but and are therefore not receiving appropriate treatment?
And I would say the best path forward to diagnose patients who
Or
do not.
desired treatment?
How do you know what's appropriate treatment?
That's why I changed
that's
appropriate.
The whole point of
The
the
whole- yeah.
diagnostic decision is, does the person have this disease or some other disease?
Not receiving treatment? I mean, that's the point, isn't it? You want treatment.
I just think we're getting way ahead of ourselves.
Guys, we're at time, so I think that we need to get close enough and make a motion that we are going to make this a priority and revisit it and wordsmith it perfectly in the future.
I mean, everybody's going to be writing these documents together. I mean, at some point, we have to trust each other based on these discussions to have further honest discussions, because we're not writing the document today.
I move.
Second. The bottom three bullets are just placeholders, if you can indent them more, like we're not agreeing on any of that, it's just placeholders, so we remember this conversation, and we will write it up as a controversy in the report with a technical issue brief to go into the science more deeply.
All right, we're going to take a roll call vote. Dennis Dixon,
Yes.
Richard Horowitz,
Yes.
Lise Negrovic,
Yes. Yes.
Alan Richards,
Yes.
Tracy McGill,
Yes.
Pat Smith,
Yes.
Rob Smith,
No.
Wendy Adams,
Yes.
Ben Beard,
Yes.
Scott Cooper,
Yes.
Bob Sabatino,
Yes.
Kristen Honey,
Yes.
John Alcott, yes. All right, we're at our time limit for this session. We will break for lunch, and then we have to get back to our original agenda. If there's things that people want to feel haven't been discussed that must be discussed, we'll add them on to the end of the meeting. Thank you. Find their seats. All right, we're going to reconvene. And we're going to dive in now to the writing process and talk a little bit about the writing groups that we created yesterday and kind of brainstorm then a little more in detail. So the points here are, we created these themed quote-unquote buckets for the writing teams: epidemiology and ecology, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, access to care and patient outcomes, and then realizing that things like education, we ended up keeping across all of the different buckets, but we'd also like people to kind of keep track of education as a theme in each of your writing groups, so that we might focus on education as well in a call-out kind of box or different situation. So what we'd like to talk about now is the process of the writing. This is going to be done using SharePoint and probably meetings as well for taking text out of the subcommittee reports where appropriate, and also bringing in the other data as we've talked about in terms of patient perspectives, the inventories, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and putting those together as writing teams on each of these 5 writing themes. So I'd like to start out with, people's homework from last night about what potential co-leads might be for the writing team. So do people have thoughts on if you would like to co-lead? We'd like at least 2 people on each writing group, so there's some, ability to bounce things and off of each other and balance. So what people want to think about who'd like to take what writing team.
And can I just clarify, we're asking for co-leads. However, everyone in the working group will have access to all sections. So just because you're co-leading one section does not prohibit you from participating and seeing all the other sections.
Thank you. It's sort of just the people driving, and then everyone else can jump on where needed.
Hey, John, is the thought that all of us will need to choose one that we want to assist in?
I've never been great at math, but yeah, 14 divided by 5, and then we have some later assignments. Yeah, I could ask a big data person to figure it out for me, but I think I know the answer. But we understand if you can't do it, you can't do it. I mean, in the final analysis, it's a working group product, right? So if people can't co-lead, it's still a working group process. So yeah.
Well, I see my chief contribution to epidemiology and ecology, and I'm glad to be affiliated with that. I'll stop there.
So you'd be willing to co-lead the?
Well, let's see who else has a passion for that.
A tentative co-lead.
Ben, I'll jump into epidemiology and ecology with you.
Excellent. So we've got epidemiology and ecology spoken for. And it doesn't mean if there's a third person that wants to, this doesn't preclude a tri-co-lead. I mean, this is not an exclusive party, except within the working group.
Well, I don't want to speak for Dennis, but we did talk about the fact maybe we would take responsibility for the 2 different pieces in our committee, which has been subsumed. So Dennis was going to I'm not volunteering you necessarily as a co-lead, but to advise on the vaccine prevention, and I would be advising on the treatment piece, which sort of falls into the therapeutics.
And building on that and reinforcing and perhaps clarifying to self-advantage, I would say that Rob and I both have like 2 topic areas, and I think that Rob, it makes sense for the treatment, I make sense for the vaccines. And we feel we're both subsumed under a higher umbrella. So whoever does prevention, I'd be willing to help with vaccines under prevention. And I think he felt that whoever does treatment, he'd be able to help with the therapeutics.
That's right.
So we would like to volunteer to help whoever volunteers to be the co-leads for those 2 respective groups.
Okay.
So are you volunteering to be co-leads or no? No. Oh, okay. Well, I will take on treatment because that was my subcommittee.
So
Unless you wanted to take on co-lead.
Well, I wouldn't be averse to it. As I mentioned to John, I have some, I'm actually, I hate to bring in things like vacation, but timing of things might dictate how active I can be. And I wouldn't want to say I was a co-lead and not be as involved as I needed to be. And it really depends on what's the time, how much are we going to need to do in the next few weeks.
So it's a 5-week time span, and we'll have to do some work.
So in that case, if someone else steps up on the prevention side for the non-vaccine-based preventions, I would help with that. Contingent upon significant help from our writer, Christina Lee, to paste the material, because we targeted our summary with the intent of it being a module to be folded into something, and we think that module is merely an editorially savvy, technically astute person to put it in, and then we would do the editing.
Yes, we do have HHS support, writing support. So.
All right. So we have Dennis as a potential co-lead on the vaccine part of prevention, and Rob as a potential co-lead on the treatment.
So John, question, because for Alan and I, we were going to be kind of going back and forth, and without overstating the obvious, I actually have concerns of Rob being the major person who's going to be leading treatment, just because we're so diametrically opposed to probably as far as the way we do treat. So my question is, Wendy, you're going to be doing that also?
Yeah.
So does that mean also with treatment, because there's treatment of co-infections, and of course I treat Lyme all the time, does that mean without being a co-lead, I can jump on and off looking at the documents?
The document's open to everyone all times of the day, every day.
But we could have 3 co-leads.
Yeah. We
You
could
want
have
to
3
be
co-leads.
listed as a co-lead?
I would say if there was anyone that there are parts that I think I need to have an input, and I would say treatment, and including diagnostics. I mean, I would say diagnostics and treatment would certainly be 2 areas where if I was going to jump on and off those and kind of share my time, those would probably be the ones I would want to do.
So Richard for diagnostics and treatment, please.
All right. Access to care?
Chris, is that for with the letters like we were speaking about? Or that's something different?
This is different for the public input. It's highlights and synthesizing, like the subcommittee recommendations and all that. So 2 different parts for public input. Access to care, patient outcomes. This is one part of the report. The other one is public input and how to synthesize all that throughout the report. So they are 2 separate things.
Yeah, I think, we'd be willing to lead that access to care, patient outcomes, and happy to have a 3rd lead if anybody's interested.
I'll go in.
Okay, thank you, Pat.
3-part lead. Okay. So
I would probably go diagnostics.
diagnostics. That was, okay, good.
I'll join the diagnosis team with the caveat that I have constraints like a job, so I'd like to be part of a team.
We are only going to accomplish this, working as a team, I promise you, that's right. So can
We're
you?
missing a co-lead for the prevention part
That's right.
of the non-vaccine part of the preventions.
Yeah, because that didn't well, it was part of Ben and Pat's, right, prevention, but we spun it off into its own thing. Can you put up the list so far, or oh, you're writing there, you're talented, thank you.
Can you make it bigger? There you go.
All right, so we've got epi and ecology, we've got prevention half, diagnosis 2, treatment 2.5, and access to care 3. I'll do prevention with you. Okay. All right. Other people that are feeling guilty because you're not on one of the groups, or actually most everyone's on a group, so that's good. All right, so this doesn't require a vote, but I'm just going to look around and make sure everyone's smiling.
Talk to us in 5 weeks, then
Yes,
see if we're
exactly.
smiling.
Well, so who is missing? That's a good point.
DA, FDA.
FDA.
Tracy's over there hiding.
What?
Well, I would defer to Captain Jones if I can. I don't want to volunteer her for a particular area.
I think that's fine, and potentially David would take a look, as he was involved in pretty much the last month and a half.
And then you still have Vanilla too.
How about access to our SMEs from the subcommittees?
So for subcommittees, if there are questions to the subcommittee or SMEs, subject matter experts who were part of the subcommittee or invited experts to speak to the subcommittees, what we're going to do is put our questions in writing and then ask for responses in writing, and we'll make both the questions and the responses publicly available.
And I will smile more if Kat decides to possibly help us with the diagnosis and treatment parts. My smile will be even bigger, Kat.
So we have not gone through, we'll decide after this meeting, once we're finished and we see everything, what writers are going to be assigned to what we would prefer, obviously, to try to map out. But as you see, some of those committees are now divided. So we'll take the best approach that we can, but we won't commit anything at this point.
What she's saying is they're going to vote on us.
To clarify, Jennifer, there will be scientific writer support. You just can't say who is supporting which parts.
That's correct.
All right, so we're looking pretty good. Any other discussion or questions? Again, everyone on the working group is working on this document, whether you're on a co-lead or not, you're going to be able to comment on the documents as they're live and evolving over the weeks. And so just, no one's excluded from anything, but we need people to drive the product, obviously. Just like anything, there needs to be a couple drivers.
And John, can I say something about the SharePoint? Is that
Yes,
okay?
please.
So what's going to happen is that there is a working group folder that you will have access to that will have each of these 5 buckets that all of you will have access to, as well as the document and the files that are within each one, okay? You won't be using the subcommittee ones that you had been in the past. You're going to use the working group one going forward. And you'll get the email that says SharePoint, you know, customer service SharePoint online. Just make sure you use that link to access that folder.
Any other comments on the writing process? Remember, this is to create a higher level document now. Remember, our goal is to have our recommendations heard. And so the goal here is not only to get your point across, but as a group to present them in a way that the people that are reading the report will hear what we're saying. Okay, all right.
John, not necessarily now, but at the future as we start to work on these, could you provide some guidelines, length, maybe format, so we can be consistent across, because the initial reports have varying formats. I think it might be useful to have a structure, a length, organization that we can be consistent, and since the whole report is going to be a certain length, limiting us would be very helpful, I think, to this work. So
Yeah, that's
thank you.
great. And so I'll again have to go back to my higher math now that we know how many groups we have, and you know, with the page limit that's relative.
General.
And then we can, and there'll be a background, remember, section
Right. 2
and all that.
pages is fine. You know, I
Two-
mean, I'm just,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm just saying that we should just know that, how to structure it, so we can really focus.
Right. There's an old saying, you know, less is more. Yeah, yeah. But we'll do some math. We'll do some math to let you know what that is, and then you know the writers will help us with style as well. So, yeah, yeah. So no, focused, high level. You know, it's basically we're trying to put our case forward but we have to have an overarching narrative for the whole document,
Yeah.
right? Because it won't work if it's disjointed pieces that look like they're pasted together. There's got to be a narrative to the whole thing as well.
Yeah, font, double space, single space, all those rules, so thank you.
Yeah, and just we're telling a story, right? It's like anything. We got to tell a story that makes sense to a lay reader.
I just have a question. Kristen had put up a slide, excuse me, I don't remember if it was yesterday, I think it was, the days go together, giving us a timeline, a more advanced timeline. Can we get that? Is it on the site or, because I'd never, have a copy of
Yes,
that.
all the slides will be publicly available, and John and I will also follow up with an email that contains all the
thank you.
instructions and
Yes,
stuff,
that's
so you'll
the
have that
concern.
self-contained.
Okay.
The one other thing in terms of writing process is the technical issue briefs, and we identified those, but my thinking on this, I want to open this up for discussion on process, is that we can dive into the writing, and then through that process, some hot issues that we really need to dive in the science and the details with more rigor for a different audience will emerge. So on average, it would probably be like 1 per chapter. It's not a hard rule, but was thinking that we dive into these, and then through that process, we'll identify the biggest controversies and make sure we pull those out.
Along that line, then, so the technical ones would include references and stuff, whereas the one for the Congress and HHS would probably not have references.
I don't know. I was thinking that the one to Congress would have some references, but not nearly the level of rigor and detail.
I mean, I think that's flexible, and that we can, as we work through it, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
The report is watered down.
Exactly.
I mean, the challenge with references is that, by selecting certain references, it's often at the cost of others, and that can be hard. So either you have to be a little bit more exhaustive or perhaps not reference in the main document. So
Could we make those references, all of them, totally available online? So that if, let's say, there happens to be an interested staffer that, wants to look or whatever, they could then go on there and find those references.
I think it's an excellent idea. The individual references and the terms of making that science publicly available will depend on journals where they're put in, so I don't think we can say that right now. But I think the intent of having all the references easily available and wherever it's legally allowed with open science, public access, have that in a PDF format, so one place, one click, anyone could see the full thing. I think it's an excellent idea. But that, I don't want to violate copyright rules.
Other questions before we move on? All right, let's move on. So now we've been talking about, obviously, all this time about the content from the subcommittee reports and all. Now we're going to talk a little bit about some of the other inputs for the working group report, and especially public comment inputs and inventory inputs. So we're going to start with the public comment inputs, and Jim is going to lead us through that.
Okay. The Health and Human Services Department of the Office of General Counsel suggested that we provide some public comments to the working group for basically understanding the process. We are working with the HHS Office of the General Counsel to follow the Federal Advisory Committee Act and other applicable laws. There had been some questions on what the Federal Advisory Committee Act was and their interpretation. So we, in coordination with the Office of General Counsel, put together frequently asked questions. And once those questions are finalized, we will put them on our website to explain or answer the questions that we received through many of our emails. To go over a little bit of the process for the public comments, as you've seen at today's meeting, at previous meetings, that we've limited the public comments to 3 minutes. The total time that we allow for each of our advisory committee meetings has been anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes, depending on how many people submit their public comments. Individuals who don't have an opportunity to provide the public comments in person certainly have the opportunity to either provide the written comments, which can be sent to our tick-borne disease email address, and those written comments then will be shared with the working group members and also be put on our tick-borne disease webpage. The process that we have right now, at least for this rendition of the report that's due to Congress in December 2010, we have to have a cutoff for those public comments, and that cutoff date is July 1st. After July 1st, we certainly are going to welcome either written comments or whatever ways you want to communicate to us, as we will have another report that'll be due in 2 years. So we'll continuously welcome public comments on what you want the working group members to hear and what's important to you, and for us to consider in putting into our written report to Congress. We request that when you submit your written your comments to us, because so far we've received over 1,500 emails in our mailbox. Not all of them are public comments, some of them are general questions, things like that. We ask that you identify that you want your written comments to be published, and with that, once that information is provided, we will try to follow the HIPAA rules to ensure that privacy is maintained. But with your permission, we would at least release with your name with those public comments. If you wish that information not to be released with your name, please let us know when you're sending that, and we will abide by those requirements. Okay.
So how are we going to incorporate all the public comments that we received to date into the report? Basically, it's going to be an information source to infuse all sections of the report. As Jim said, we will also have the written ones on the available to the website, for the general public to read. But we think that it's important to synthesize some of the highlights in the report. So this is flexible, how we do this, but what we're thinking is we get a couple, again, key volunteers or co-leads for this section, and it could be a few pages in the report, one explaining what types of public comments were received, where the public can find those public comments in full, and then, or how they can access those public comments. And then also pulling out some key themes. There are some repeat themes, and we think highlighting that and synthesizing that, so people reading the report, Congress and the HHS secretary will see at a glance what the public has been asking for or responding to the most. So that's going to be a big lift. That over 1,500 comments received, and we are continuing to receive comments that should be incorporated or should be considered in the creation of this report all the way through July 1st. So who knows how many we'll have by the end of July 1st. So I personally have committed to reading every single public comment that's come in. If people take the time to write something, I will take the time to read it, and want to open it up for others who might want to work with me on how we infuse this public comment into the report. And again, it will be embedded in all sections, but then also probably a few pages to summarize key themes and share the process and where people can find the full amount. I know it's a huge lift, but would love other volunteers to work with me on this.
I'll do it with you.
Thank you, Bob. And of course, everyone in the working group is more than welcome to read all the public comments, and have access to them, and join us in whatever capacity you have.
Kristen, what's the deadline after the July 1st then, to have that all synthesized and written up?
Jim, do you have the slide with the detailed timeline? I believe August.
August.
We have like a month
August 1st.
after.
Okay.
And then I believe September is, let's get the final one.
Yeah, I'd be glad to help out.
Yeah.
Ken, if you've got that, yeah.
Yep.
I can help out too.
Awesome. So we have Wendy, Coop, Bob, and myself who will lead on the public comment and integrating that into all parts of the report. Want to also clarify for those who submit comments after July 1st, as Jim said, those will all still be received by HHS, but before July 1st, those are the ones that we guarantee will read for consideration for this first iteration of the report. All right, so in terms of the exact timeline, we are going to have the draft report to HHS, DOD, and VA by July 20th. So we'll have about 3 weeks. Of course, we can read the first many months, but 3 weeks after the last one to get it in. And then revisions are due October 1st, and then we'll have another round of revisions in the fall.
So this second of two special topics here is the inventory reports for the working group. So the inventory reports, the tools that we sent out to the agencies were developed using feedback from the working group members way back when, and when you recall in the beginning meetings. And these inventories went out to HHS, VA, and DOD in April. The inventories were to be submitted to the working group in May, and the table below shows the report status for each agency or office. So NIH has completed their submission. Center for Disease Control and Prevention has a partial submission with additional information forthcoming. The Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response has a complete submission because there was no information applicable to submit. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs is forthcoming. The Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, we're awaiting response. U.S. Food and Drug Administration awaiting response, and U.S. Department of Defense awaiting response. So we have partial responses, so we can start work on this as well while we're awaiting the complete and forthcoming responses. So similar to the patient comment, we have some work to do here with the inventory of federal activities, and we want to similarly create a small working group to look at the data provided as it's coming in. And so, again, we want to get a sense of who would like to work on that, to review these reports with the same goal, to synthesize and to talk about the types of activities, the levels of funding, number of staff, and to collect and put these types of things together. There'll be some technical issues because not every agency will report the data in the same way. So we'll need to, with HHS's help, figure out how to do that, and to get their help to, because CDC may not report things exactly the same way as the NIH does, for instance. So who might be interested in working on that?
I'm not interested in working on it, but just to comment on something you just said.
Yes.
The agencies were given a standard template to use, and you can expect hundreds of pages of documents on this following that format. So that just a heads up on that.
Mm-hmm. So from your agency at least.
Well, it's going back to 2010, and it's
A lot.
So forthcoming submission means we know it's on its way, and awaiting response means we have no idea when it's coming.
We've requested it and we don't have it yet.
Just a word about DOD. They are processing it right now, so it's in the mail from DOD.
I have a question. That is, since this seems to be strictly a data gathering operation, is it possible to use others than people on the working group to compile that?
Yeah, I think the people who will be compiling it are the working group members or HHS staff or HHS contractors.
Okay, so in other words, we couldn't, for example, pull some people, if somebody from the subgroups were interested, they couldn't be pulled in, even though, to help with the operation, because let's face it, we all have time constraints. Because again, it seems to be it's data compilation. It's not like you're inventing, things.
Subcommittees can be asked for this, yes. Subcommittee
can.
members have been selected and signed ethics form and are part of this process. So if we put in that request in writing and they accept, I don't see why not.
Okay, well, that would be my suggestion, only because, quite frankly, I'm pretty sure I speak for most people here. We're on overload, and we don't have any more hours in the day.
So I guess maybe we can, if you present some names to the leadership group that we could discuss.
And then when we figure out the process and the people who will help us compile the inventory, I would like to volunteer my time to help create or connect us with resources to figure out how to create metadata, so data about the data to describe what we've received, and then make sure that we put that on data.gov, which is the federal open data repository, where anyone searching for federal information, so that basically information about these data sets will be publicly available. And we've had a big push, from the public on transparency, and I think this is one area where our working group can be proactive and synthesize what we've received and put that information out there.
Excellent idea, Pat, thanks. Other thoughts on the inventories? All right, so we'll move on now. We've really already discussed that. So the parking lot for the next report, let's move to that section of the agenda. As we've gone through these things, there are certain things, again, we have to prioritize. We can't tackle everything in the first report. There'll be 3 reports, and so we have a couple things that we'd already added to the parking lot, and this time now we've set aside to make sure, again, that people can make sure that things that we haven't presented or voted on or that haven't been encompassed in the data we've talked about, that they think are appropriate to address, but not prioritized to present in this report. We want to have this as a parking lot, so remember the next group that begins this next year won't necessarily include the people here. They may or may not, so that we have a legacy of a parking lot to pass on to them. So I want to open it up now for any ideas about parking lot activities. We had already on here for the access to care and patient services, patient-powered research went into the parking lot. For the vaccine and therapeutics, clinical trials in regard to including and excluding people with symptoms went into the parking lot. So any other things that people want to make sure we don't lose track of?
I would say that clinical trials in regards to including and excluding people with symptoms. I'm not sure what that means, because I think we do have a recommended action to look at encourage clinical trials. So that seems a little inconsistent with what we've voted for in other areas. I'd also say that I would add to that parking lot the verbiage or the nomenclature we use to refer to patients who have continued signs and symptoms of disease after initial antibiotic treatment, and how to name those particular subgroups in a more patient-friendly, etiology agnostic fashion. And then from I will let Jennifer maybe catch up a little bit because I'm talking fast. So we can come back to those, but the third one is transmission. From our subcommittee, we did not have a chance to look at maternal fetal sexual non-tick transmission, and that would be something that we would parking lot for the next time.
And when do you know we addressed it at least partially in our report, right? Some of, not the sexual transmission, but certainly
Yes.
blood and maternal fetal.
Not with regards to maybe Lyme disease particularly.
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
Can we do a less specific suggestion? For example, can we put in that all the recommendations that, the final recommendations from the subcommittee, and then that we searched through and so on and so forth and came up with, that those can be looked at again, the ones that were not included in this, that they could be looked at for further consideration, since they've already had a lot of time and effort put into those.
So let me take that as an action item and see if this would, is what you're thinking. What if we pulled together all the potential actions, they were not recommendations, but potential actions across all subcommittees, and try to put them in one standardized format, one document, so all the working group members can see everything? And then we also had said we would make those publicly available in an easy-to-see format down the road for the, but we should have that now for all of us to consider, is what you're saying?
Well, I think it would be a good idea, and then what could happen is, again, the next people in line, whoever that will be, can examine those to ensure that some of these, which they considered priorities, but we just couldn't make them in this part priorities, and that they would then get looked at and, perhaps acted upon. Because again, a lot of man and woman hours, if you will, went into our subcommittees compiling that, and I feel comfortable saying they did a great job, and I wish we could put more in, but I understand.
I think that's a great idea. So I think in addition to follow-up instructions that we'll pull together with the HHS team, we can also pull out all the proposed actions and make that more user-friendly and in one spot for everyone.
One of the ones that I would like to see towards the front, which I've talked about a few times, is the effect of Lyme, other tick-borne infections, and co-infections with relationship to the burden of other chronic diseases in the United States and rising healthcare costs. I think that's an important one for the health of our country.
Should we slow down for you, Jennifer? Or you...
I still have to go back to what we just
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay,
So the effect of Lyme, other tick-borne diseases, and co-infections with relation to the burden of other chronic diseases in the United States and their effect on rising healthcare costs. So the effect of Lyme, other tick-borne diseases and co-infections with relationship to the burden of other chronic diseases and their effect on rising healthcare costs in the U.S.
Can I also suggest, are you finished, Richard? I'm sorry, I didn't want to. One other general idea, and I'm not sure how this will play out because I don't really know with the inventories coming in now, like what level of, I'm not going to say usage, but what are we going to be able to make of them this year in the report? And so I think we need to include that inventory data be, gone through and, looking at that for still existing gaps and, things of that nature that we haven't already perhaps covered in our, recommendations.
So more detailed review of the inventory, is that what you're saying for the next round, parking lot? More
Correct.
thorough,
Yes.
deeper
Second look.
inventory review?
Yes, and because I'm assuming, maybe I'm wrong, that you probably, because of the time frame, you might not get the agencies to do that again next year, but maybe the following year. I don't know this, just
Well, and also
guessing.
building off of that, this year we limited to HHS, Department of Defense, and the Veterans Affairs. In the future, we may want to expand it to other agencies. And for example, the Human Genome Project actually originally came out of Department of Energy. So you never know where there might be some tick-borne illness research going on across federal government.
Wendy, you want to get yours back up there?
So first is the nomenclature used to describe patients with continuing signs and symptoms. With continuing signs and symptoms. Following antibiotic treatment. And I would say used, need for improved nomenclature, or need for more inclusive nomenclature, something of that effect. And then, new one, the transmission of Borrelia burgdorferi, BB, so just put BB, or Lyme disease, through non-tick mediated methods or ways. And then just put in parentheses maternal fetal, sexual, comma sexual, maternal fetal, comma sexual. And then I would put, well, that's fine for now.
And for the record, I just want to make one point of clarification. When we were talking about having subcommittee members potentially help the working group with the inventory, want to clarify that can help synthesize the information from the inventory of federal activities, but only the working group members, the 14 voting members here, will actually be writing the report. So the role of the subcommittee would be to help synthesize the information from the inventory of federal activities, but the 14 voting members here are the ones responsible for the report and not the subcommittee members.
I have addition to the parking lot, which would be the flip side of the coin of a lot of what we've talked about. You might say adverse effects of overdiagnosis and unnecessary treatment for presumed tick-borne infections. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to say. Adverse effects from overdiagnosis and use of unsubstantiated treatments for presumed tick-borne infections.
And I would do the exact opposite, which is adverts of underdiagnosis and treatment for tick-borne disease.
But both of those got me thinking about something you might both agree to, which is looking at Lyme or tick-borne illness in a broader umbrella, that it's not just tick-borne illnesses that are causing some of these chronic inflammatory conditions. So I don't know how to frame this right, Richard, I think you have good language for it, but it's sort of the multiple stressors, environmental toxins, mold, all that. So it's looking at tick-borne illness in that holistic environmental way, which
I usually describe it as multiple overlapping etiologies,
yeah.
driving inflammation and chronic disease.
Yeah. Because if you do that right, a lot of Lyme-like things may not be Lyme. One other really important one I want to add to the parking lot is trust. And I don't know what that will look like going forward, but I know that we're going to have to address it every single report. So a placeholder for trust, whether it's vaccines, community building, these diverse stakeholder communities throughout the 6 years coming together to address some of these issues. But I definitely want to add that to the parking lot.
Any other ideas? Going once, going twice? Al?
One of the things that might be of interest is sort of the metagenomics of organisms within the ticks. Some organisms preclude other organisms from being there, and vice versa. Some organisms require other organisms to be there. So would that be a interesting study that we haven't addressed at all this time?
Yeah, and just to elaborate on that, that is actually covered in our section, but it didn't rise to the top of recommendations, so it is a lower tier recommendation. So, but I agree that we should include that. Looks like we'll have two different ways to pick it up. So, if we're going to list all of those other sort of possible actions that didn't make it into the first tier.
I would just adjust for look at tick-borne disease, Kristen, with just look at tick-borne and chronic diseases, right, in a broader umbrella, yeah.
And one other topic that might be good for the parking lot, if we have 2 years runway, is a strategic approach to public-private collaborations. I know there have been calls for a Lyme Manhattan project, Lyme Moonshot, Lyme X Prize, and I think there are examples in federal government where we really leverage industry and the power of industry and outside funding in partnership with government. So there might be opportunity in the public-private collaboration space to think innovatively and really accelerate some of the scientific and technological breakthroughs.
Other thoughts? All right. Parking lot is closed. All right. So I'll need the slides back. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. So we're going to go back to finish up the disease vector surveillance and prevention recommendations. I'm sorry to split you into multiple parts. The last part now, we're going to go back to them.
Okay, thank you. And we did get to read these, but we never really got to present them because various things happened, and that's what happens at meetings. So thank you. And I mentioned this one, and I think it's really significant, folks, and I mentioned it earlier, but I'll repeat it again. And It is to the public health authorities shall annually and when opportune, such as during Tick-Borne Disease Awareness Month, inform doctors, insurers, state and local health departments, the press, and the public through official communications channels, including the MMWR, CDC, and other official websites, that Lyme disease surveillance criteria are not to be used for diagnostic purposes. And we had long discussions about that. Everyone in the committee agreed that, that this is problematic, some more than others, but everybody agreed on this. And we feel that this could go a long way to helping solve that dilemma. So we would like, hopefully, any discussion or input on that.
Question for the subcommittee, did you guys come up with disclaimer language that everyone agreed to? Like that level of resolution?
Disclaimer language? What
Or
do you mean?
the qualifying language that, this should not be used for.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You mean,
Yeah.
did we physically?
Yeah, did you come
No.
up with that
No,
everyone agreed to?
just basically, this is the concept that should be included. And it's pretty basic, actually. That was it.
All right, we're open for discussion. Pat, was this part of, were there other recommendations, or was this linked in material we didn't hear about public service announcements, or, a mechanism for yearly public service announcements and a
Okay.
media blitz?
Right. Well, we had a long discussion as to how to do this so that it could be effectively done, but yet it wouldn't burden the agency. I mean, personally, I'd like to see them do it every day, you understand? But we can't do that, and we know that. So we came up with this compromise language, giving examples, and these are not the only ways. Obviously, these agencies, have some ability to function on their own, and they can get it out there and in various ways like that. But we felt we covered the main entities that they're associated with that could actually inform the public and physicians. Again, the websites, and so on and so forth. But we talked about a lot of things, but we didn't want to make this go on forever. So we felt that this kind of covered the situation and would get the message out effectively. Ben, did you have anything you wanted to?
No, but just to say that we have one more.
Yeah, we have one more but I know, but we're just talking about this one.
I mean, is there a Lyme disease or tick-borne disease awareness month at a
May.
federal level? No, I mean, in an official way at a federal or state level?
There has been over time. It depends on whether Congress does it or not. May has always been pretty much designated Lyme Disease Awareness Month, and many states do resolutions to that effect. And of course, a lot of it has to do with obviously peak tick activity, things like that. So, but Congress has done it on many occasions. Sometimes they don't, but yes, so there is
Congress is one
recognition.
avenue, and another avenue is executive order. So presidential executive orders can declare months or days to have a specific purpose.
Well, that would be awesome, Kristen, go to it.
So we actually at CDC recognize May as Lyme Disease Awareness Month, and we have daily tweets all of May, and we have a number of other things that we plan and do. The only comment I would make about the recommendation through official communications channels, including MMWR, some of the things, I guess, is there some flexibility? Does this mean that every single one of these will be used, or that we have, we can choose which ones are most effective, or what exactly does the language bind who to besides ourselves?
Maybe after including, we could, or like basically turn including and afterwards into another bullet. So it's sort of an option, not binding. Because I read it to be as an example or potentially including, but not necessarily mandating that. So if we're keeping with the format of other recommendations, everything in the sub-bullets is, kind of food for thought, flexible, so that would be my recommendation.
Because MMWR has a number of different documents. There's the weekly, there's, surveillance summaries, there's a number of different things, and there's some venues that we think would be better than others. But, I mean, certainly I'm in agreement, with this, but just sort of the details of it. It would be nice to be, for example, as opposed to all of those or something.
Well, actually, when we discussed this in the subcommittee, I think the reason we didn't make more extensive, we indicated the ones that we felt would be the most effective. And quite frankly, Ben, as you've always said, that a lot of physicians read MMWR. There have been statements about testing in MMWR in the past. And so we felt that this could be, that annually, they would indicate that, in the MMWR, and also obviously, put it on the website, which can be maintained. It probably wouldn't have to be re-announced on the website. But I think we were pretty, unanimous, if you will, that this would be, definitely MMWR, because that is the physician's place to go, if you will. And when things come out in MMWR, especially things like treatment or other issues like this, they pay attention to that.
Is there thought about the fact that if you make this a major statement and put it out without any additional information attached to it, that it might be misleading? And by that I mean that although we agree that surveillance definitions don't encompass everything that goes into diagnosing a case, on the other side of things, and I haven't actually looked at the surveillance definition in the last number of years, so I may be totally incorrect about it, but many patients are diagnosed on the basis of that correctly. And I would not want a message to go out that left physicians or providers with a sense that there are no criteria to help in the diagnosis of Lyme disease. Does anybody understand what I'm trying to get at?
So basically, the diagnostics are an input to the clinical thing, but not be thrown out, is what you're getting at.
Yeah, and just to elaborate on that, the language we have right now is that it shouldn't be used solely, that they're helpful, but they shouldn't be used solely for clinical diagnosis. And I mean, that's like I think the diagnostic tests, we say the same thing about that it's of great assistance in diagnosing. It's not the final word on it. There are a lot of caveats, but it is a tool that the physician has in hand to assist in making a diagnosis.
I like putting solely in there because I think that gives it more nuance.
But I think it's really the two together. It's the erythema migrans and the two-tier together. Each one of those independently can be used to rule something in. It's the combination, the requirement for the combination of the two in a non-endemic state that makes it really problematic. Right? So from California perspective, this is a huge issue for us. So I support this wholeheartedly because it's constantly used as, if you do not have both, you are not a case of Lyme disease. And so I just want to be clear that it's the combination of the two for non-endemic states.
And we have said before for the other recommendations that we can absolutely wordsmith these later. So whatever language we have here does not have to in perpetuity be the final recommendation.
I'm just not sure, maybe Ben can clarify that as to what the actual surveillance definition is we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not going to quote it. I'll misquote it if I do, but I can give the link, I can pull it up while we're talking and read it if people would like that.
It's because I was, and it may have been incorrect, and maybe this is just for endemic areas, I was under the belief that erythema migrans alone was
for a surveillance case in an endemic state. So it used to be based on county, and in California, you have, it was based on the previous, if you had 2 or more cases reported in a particular county. In California, there are many 3/4 of the counties have Borrelia-positive ticks, so you could do it county by county. But now, because California is a non-endemic state, we have to have, to call it a positive surveillance, confirmed surveillance case, you have to have both. But you can have a probable case, but it's not a confirmed case without both of those markers or tests.
And that was changed in the 2008, which we objected to at CSTE. We didn't want that change, but the change was put in that the EM is no longer pathognomonic, or however one pronounces that word. But unfortunately it was, and now basically the definition says in what they call high incidence or low incidence states. That's how they're now defining that in the new surveillance criteria in 2017. So anyway.
So Ben, the one I read yesterday, I can give you the MMWR. It's MMWR 56 parenthesis 23 close parenthesis semicolon 573 to 576. The first one was June 15th, 2007. Quote, "This surveillance case definition was developed for national reporting of Lyme disease, semicolon. It is not intended to be used in clinical diagnosis."
The current CSTE position statement and case definition was actually, it's the 2017 case definition. And, if you want to hear it, I can read it to you. Or if you don't want to get down in those weeds, that's fine as well. I'm not sure what exactly the relevance is here. I think we all agree that that it shouldn't be used solely for clinical diagnosis. I think it's helpful with it. And I think, I think I would just stop with that. If you'd like me to read it, I can.
I'm happy with
I don't think we need it right now. I don't think we need it unless anyone wants to call it out.
I'm happy with the solely in there. Just think that it's important not to dismiss an approach that's helpful to physicians in at least being aware of Lyme disease and an approach to diagnosis.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? All right. Let's do a roll call vote. Kristen Honey,
Yes.
Dennis Dixon. Yes. Richard Horowitz.
Yes.
Lee Snegrovic.
Yes.
Alan Richards. Yes. Tracy McGill.
Yes.
Pat Smith.
Yes.
Rob Smith.
Abstain.
Wendy Adams.
Yes.
Ben Beard. Yes. Scott Cooper.
Yes.
Bob Sabatino.
Yes.
John Aucott, yes. Passed. All right. So Ben and Pat, other of your, that you'd like to present now from your list?
We have one last one we would like to submit.
Use your microphone.
Sorry. We have one last recommendation that we'd like to submit. And what I've done is kind of taken two that were in this list below and again try to merge them together and simplify them a little bit. So I'll just read out this synthesized language. It is fund additional studies. Fund additional studies on the development and evaluation of novel tick control methods that have shown promise in other areas of public health entomology, such as natural product insecticides and repellents, RNAi,
RNAi?
capital R, capital N, capital A, little I. CRISPR, CRISPR, all caps. No E, sorry, it's E in our report, I guess we need to change that, yeah. And host-targeted interventions. Well, I mean, we could leave out the technical part of this and just say novel. I'm trying to sort of make sure that the members of the subcommittee don't feel that. And you know, to be quite upfront, you know, with mosquito control, you know, there's Wolbachia-infected mosquitoes and you know, riddle technology and, you know, CRISPR technology, all those things are moving into field trials if they're not already labeled for use. And so that's just where this came from.
Are those things, Ben, you particularly want CDC to do? Because it's not clear from the statement, and they might wind up going someplace else.
I'm not asking for CDC to do them. I'm just saying this was recognized by our subcommittee as a technological need for the field as novel tick control
So that's
methods.
enough level of detail for your purposes.
Yeah, I think it's just to add to the toolbox of what's there to control ticks.
One comment I have is similar to one on the other recommendations was to expand studies. So it's fund additional studies and activities. So it goes beyond basic research.
Sure.
And Ben, is there a way, for example, with Nucatone, which has already been shown to be quite effective, and, you know, IR3535 and picaridin, and the public in general, I mean, we teach our patients, but a lot of the public doesn't know about it. So I think, again, it's about this communication problem we talked about before, about let's use what we have right now to protect. Is there a way maybe of getting some type of an education and communication out there to use what we have while still funding additional?
So, you know, yes, there is. We work with EPA in that space. EPA is the one who registers repellents and toxicants. And they, you know, recently, for example, have come out with new labeling that actually has a, you know, an icon, a picture of the tick or mosquito, and it's based on specific data that's been submitted that shows the effect over time, you know, persistence of the repellency. And so I think there are ways to expand that, that work in terms of education. We have a link to all that on our webpage. For Nucatone, it's going through, you know, that's moving forward toward EPA registration right now as an active ingredient and as a product for mosquito control, but the work for ticks is not funded and not moving forward right now, even it was originally discovered for that purpose. But I think keeping it more general is better. And the illustrations are there just for illustration purposes. And in terms of this could be simplified and shortened and leave some of those out, but if we wanted to.
Yeah, some of the concerns, Richard, on that are recently Consumers Report did some testing. You may have seen it. They did testing on natural ingredients on mosquitoes, but they didn't do a lot of tick work. But the issue is that those natural ingredients being tested on mosquitoes were found oftentimes to be something that were not long-lasting. Maybe they had some effect, but they lasted for short periods of time. So now, of course, there's a lot of people involved with Lyme and tick-borne diseases that have looked at that and said, well, these are some of the same ingredients that are being used in natural tick products that are being promoted out there. So how do we know that the same is more than likely is true? Because let's face it, it's generally more difficult, I think, to kill ticks than it is mosquitoes or repel them, whichever the case might be. And so, you know, so it's problematic when you say about putting it out because there haven't been, you know, there hasn't been a lot of work on that to put out. But the FDA, I'm sorry, the EPA, EPA has, sorry, mixed my initials there, does have a great website. Ben alluded to it, and we have it connected to the EPA. We're a PESP partner with them, which is about ticks and avoiding ticks. And they have, we have it on there where you can look up these things, and they talk about how long it's effective and, you know, what those ingredients and things like that. And they do a really good job on that.
So maybe I can suggest a change to my own recommendation here, to tweak this a little bit. I found myself continuing to think about Dennis's comments, but evaluation of novel and traditional tick control methods, because we're getting at evaluation, not just research and development. And I'll give you a good example. You know, we assumed that area spraying for insecticides in your backyard would work. We did a 2,700 home randomized controlled trial and got close to 70%, 60% reduction of ticks, but no reduction in numbers of physician-diagnosed Lyme disease cases, which was a shocker for us. There are a lot of reasons why that didn't happen, and in a randomized controlled trial, but we learned a lot from that. And what we discovered is that really, to make these recommendations, we need to be looking both at epidemiologic and entomologic effects. And so I think novel and traditional, there's a lot of evaluation work yet to do with that. And then I think what I would do maybe is at the end of it, maybe leave out the examples and just end with public health entomology, full stop. And our subcommittee probably won't be happy with that, but in terms of what we're trying to accomplish in this report, and I'm thinking out loud right now what you, and I offer that to Pat as co-lead of this.
Before you delete that,
Yeah, we can wait and discuss that.
I don't know that our bullet is that long, and I kind of think because of the amount of time that the subcommittee spent on this and how important they felt it is, that perhaps we should just include example. There's not that many, but.
Yeah, or you could have a hybrid approach and do it as a sub-bullet, so we don't lose the information, but.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I'm acceptable to that. Thank you. I'll move this if, okay, you want a second?
Yeah, second.
All right, we've moved and seconded. Any further discussion before we vote? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passed. All right. Next item, Ben and Pat.
Okay, I have one more item, which, this is something which because of.
This is not from the subcommittee?
No, this is not. Because of what, the voting this afternoon got kind of confusing, and Kristen had a motion on the floor, which I did not realize was on the floor, and I had made a motion, and then I said, well, I can't make a motion, she's got one, and with my intention to then act upon my, what my motion was going to be, but we didn't because we didn't have time, we had to end the session. So at this time, I would like to move that Congress directs CDC, FDA, and any other appropriate agencies to allow labs to report out all Lyme Western blot bands to assist clinicians to make a clinical diagnosis.
What do you mean by allow? Because aren't they allowed to now? Just many don't?
I'm sorry, say what?
I just was a little hung up on the language. You said to allow labs to report out?
Yes, they
Technically,
can't.
labs are allowed to.
Well, under CLIA, they can, but, I think they can, but the labs that, like Quest, and that's my understanding, they cannot. I called them, and I got, they told me, because when they went through the approval process, their packaging said that they were reporting out these, what I call CDC bans. And they told me they were not able to report those out. Well, we would like those reported out.
Point of clarification, I thought this is what we were talking about earlier, and we decided because we couldn't come to consensus, it was going to be noted as an area particular concern?
We did, but I don't want to let anyone leave here today without being able to bring something up in
Okay,
front of
so
the
we're
committee.
reconsidering. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want, I want us, when we leave here today, I want everyone to say, I was able to speak my piece.
Although I don't think Pat's motion now negates the one we had earlier where we identified a controversy, and we'll keep that controversy in the report, but this seems like a new motion.
That's correct. I think I had moved that one. I approved of that. But I wanted to do this, but I wasn't going to interfere with what Kristen was doing, and I couldn't put a motion on the floor at the same time, and we ended. So anyway, I'm moving and.
Wondering if
Second.
we
Want
could
it
have
read
more,
again?
I'm wondering if we could have some discussion around wordsmithing this.
Right.
Because I think there's opportunity to take it from a different angle and maybe thinking of patient empowerment with their own data and patient access to their own data. And going through that more broad kind of narrative. So we recommend empowering, or giving patients access to their own data, including, and then specifics.
Well, unfortunately, though, that doesn't address the issues, because if we don't do something that says that the labs can report it out to physicians, then giving it to patients is going to do nothing. A patient's going to go into their doctor and give them that, and it's not going to mean anything. If they're allowed, if the labs actually report out those bands, then that enables the physician then to either decide to use it or not to use it or whatever. They can do a clinical diagnosis and look at the bands and make, that as an aid to their clinical diagnosis.
Well, I see this as a new motion, but really I do see it as part of the hour-long discussion that we had before lunch, and it come to a fair amount of disagreement and controversy around it, and I see this as essentially another take on the same question.
Well, it's actually not, because it would be effective more immediately if we did it, and it's an actual directive to Congress to do that. It's a recommendation to Congress, and so they would need to, that gives the focus and puts it out there, and it's something we can do. The recommendation that Kristen did was a good one, and I totally agreed with it, but it's not the same one. I never said it was the same one. I just said she has a motion on the floor. And so therefore, she made it. We agreed to that. But certainly, this is a different motion, and it's what I wanted to have on the floor, but was not able to. So
It's a different motion, but doesn't it deal with the same question?
in a different way, not the same way. We have no recommendation to Congress that addresses the issue and gets this done in a more quick fashion.
I thought that was one of your sub-bullets.
It may be part of what is said about that, but that is going to come down the line.
The wording to me.
It wasn't I agreed with the motion, but this is what I wanted, and I agreed with it because it was a consensus issue. People wanted that. I agreed with wanting that, but that does not mean that I do not want this, and I can tell you that patients want this. I'm hearing from them since the meeting. I agree, and it's something we've looked to for a long time. Now, maybe this will be meaningless if the testing algorithm is changed in the near future, but right now, this is what we have, and even if it is changed, so what? What's the difference then? No harm, no foul.
Can I ask a clarifying question, though, quickly? And it used to be, at least like a year or two ago, that you couldn't even test a Western blot if you didn't have a positive ELISA, that despite the fact that a physician wanted that test, that physician, if you used a large national lab like LabCorp or Quest, was then not allowed to request a Western blot, despite the fact that ELISA is not 100% sensitive. So nothing has changed in that vein, is that right?
Not that I know about, no.
Yeah, I can't comment on that because I'm not sure what physicians are ordering. I do know that some reported cases come in with only second-tier and not two-tier testing. They skip right over the first-tier EIA, Hosel Sonigat, and go right to the second tier. And I know that occurs. I don't know if it's illegal. It's probably on a state-by-state basis because some state health departments will allow testing from some diagnostic labs and not from others. And so there's a lot of variability from state to state. But what I do want to comment on is I'm not really sure what this is, what this will accomplish, because in terms of the specific tests that are used and banding that they report out, I don't know, but I suppose this is part of the test performance, in their registration with FDA, and it has to do with the data that they provided and being able to call the test positive or not. So it has nothing to do with anything we can say. If we made a statement like that, all it would be is moving forward, but we couldn't change the package, the label, for an FDA-cleared test that says that this is made on such and such bands and whatever. So, yeah, maybe you can comment on that,
But I
Tracy.
think to that point, there's the potential, maybe unintended consequence of, you're correct, those tests have approved packaging that was based on an assessment of the data that was submitted. And the way this is written, Congress directs CDC and other relevant agencies, in a way, it could be interpreted as, well, we don't care what's in the label, use it this way. And that could be potentially problematic.
Well, all we're asking for is the ability to have the bands reported out. I really, honestly, in all these years, I do not understand why you people are afraid of the 31 and 34 band. I've heard all the arguments. There's some issue there. I don't know what it is, but I'm telling you that the treating physicians see it and have seen it for decades. And I just feel like...
Pat, that's not what your recommendation says, though. Like, your recommendation is removing stuff. So if you want it reporting out, wouldn't it read more like Congress directs CDC and other relevant government agencies to report out bands 31 and 34?
Well, that would be, I would accept that. I would accept the 31 and 34, but,
Then I do think we're revisiting what we went through before.
Yes, that's fine.
Making science recommendations through Congress, and there may be unintended consequences, and perhaps the broader process of convening, expert groups, diverse expert groups, including patients, would be a better recommendation rather than putting it into a report with just the 14 of us, quickly reviewing it. So I do feel like that recommendation is embedded to what we did before and will be addressed in the way we frame things from the prior one that was approved.
Well, I hear you, but I also heard when you said it that it would be about 2 years. And you said something about 2 years, and quite frankly...
Our report's getting out in December.
Yeah, I know, but I heard something in there about a 2-year time period, and frankly, we need this now. I'm more than willing to say the 31 and 34 bands, those were the bands that everybody at Dearborn did not agree on. Those are the bands that our treating physicians would like to have in their diagnostic tool bag, as you people call it. And I think I would like to say, look, I have no problem. If people want to vote this down, they can vote this down. I'm not going to, stomp around if they don't. But I have a right to bring it up, and I speak on behalf of patients. And this is a thing that we felt very strongly about for many years, and it's never been corrected. They had time to correct it and didn't.
I thought this was one of the pieces that we agreed to disagree on in the controversy section in our earlier discussion. So it seems to me like it's revisiting what we already concluded that we would deal with another way.
And I can't remember in the sub-bullets if we explicitly called out bands 31 and 34, but I would recommend now we cut and paste that and make sure it's one of those sub-bullets that will be in the controversy thing.
Richard, are these orderable tests for you in your practice, 31 and 34? Currently, are they orderable?
So Wendy's, first of all, correct. In New York State, some of the classical labs, if you have a negative ELISA, they will not allow you to order a Western blot. Some of the labs do have those reporting, and right now for an IgM, they don't always. So in fact, the 31 and 34 would be reported, of course, on the IgG. What you really mean is the IgM. So it is true that, I mean, they don't report out all the bands, and the 23, the OSP-C, the 31 OSP, the 34 OSP, the 39, which is one of the most highly specific, and the 83/93 are the Borrelia-specific bands that most of us are looking at, and it would be nice if on both the IgM and the IgGs, if they were running them, that all of them.
But are they currently run on the IgG that you ordered?
On the IgG, they do, but on the IgM, they do not.
Okay.
But you, as Wendy pointed out, though, if you order an ELISA and it's negative, you cannot order a Western blot.
Well, that depends on the lab, because I, like Ben, I see thousands of people that have Western blots without ELISAs all the time. So
CLIA,
you
but
can't
that's-
order.
Yeah,
those are
not
CLIA.
some of the
Those
commercial
are
labs,
CLIA
not all the labs.
But LabCorp and Quest.
I'm wondering if we should just vote on the motion, because what I'm getting the sense is that we're sinking back into the discussion that we thought we had come to some resolution of it. I understand this is a somewhat different take, but it's taking on a lot of the same
There are two issues, though. One is 31, 34 in the IgM, but the other one is the labs are doing the full Western blot, right? That information they're running, and they are calling some negative. The question is, does a patient have a right, or can a patient get, and the physician get access to which have tested positive and which are negative, right? And those data have been tested, so those have to be in the panel. So they've been FDA cleared, they're just not being communicated which ones are positive and negative. And I think, so those are two separate issues. One might be less controversial than the other, right? 31, 34 IgM sounds like there's, might not be agreement, but in the sphere of what Kristen's talking about, which is getting patients their data, that data exists and is being tested. It's just not being reported out to patients and their physicians. So I would maybe add that they're two
Yeah,
different
if we
things.
rework this to be, patients' access to their own data, and then it's a broad umbrella, and I think it would encompass some of the Western blot concerns. I mean, I think that's a different angle that might get at this, that could support a lot of new approaches, and the patient-centered care, improved outcomes. But that's going to need some wordsmithing. So I don't know if, Pat, you're open to wordsmithing it through the lens of patient access to their own data.
I need to ask a treating physician, Richard, would that enable physicians to then use that data, or would they be precluded from using that data?
No, I think it would be helpful, and I think what would also be helpful, and the labs, commercial labs used to do it years ago, they used to have on the bottom that this is surveillance criteria and not to be used for clinical diagnosis. Years ago, the laboratory reports actually used to contain that, and then all of a sudden it disappeared. So I mean, there's two aspects. It's the same thing we were talking about surveillance, but the labs actually dropped it. It used to be on the bottom of the lab reports.
So I guess the answer is then, yes, if you want to put that together and include, the patient's right to, get that, then, but that implies then that obviously the labs must report that out.
Yeah, I think a recommendation on empowering patients with access to their own data, and then under that, having sub-bullets so we can address at a later time, band 31, band 34, all of this. I think that I would put that as the recommendation.
When you say address that at a later time, what do you mean? In this report?
Yes. In this report.
Okay.
Does once the doctor and the patient look at that data and come up with a conclusion that is different than the laboratory, is the laboratory still going to be held responsible, or the company that made the Western blot held responsible if it's used differently than what the FDA has approved?
The way I was hearing it, and, I'm not an expert on these tests, so, I don't think this panel is the right place to figure out the details. But if the data already exists from the Western blot, but only a subset of that is being reported back, why not just allow all of it to be reported back? And so I would assume that the liabilities of the lab and all that will be the same for the CDC reported bands as well as the other ones, 31, 34.
So, I'm sorry, but if there is, I don't know this as well, is it 4 or 5 bands? If those 5 bands are there, then the lab is reporting out a positive result, or are they just reporting, what does the laboratory report out to the physician?
I think the physicians interpret it, right? Richard, you probably know more, like
You get the specific list of immunoblot bands for IgG and IgM from commercial laboratories. You get them. I don't know, are you confirming that there's some that are suppressed? Because the reports give the specific bands and an interpretation.
Do they include 31 and 34?
I have no idea.
Not on the IgM, they don't usually. The IgG they do, because that's part of the 5-band requirement. But the problem regarding insurers will not pay for treatment if you don't meet the criteria. And similarly, if you go to a legal issue in court, they will claim the patient never had Lyme disease because their test was negative, and you overtreated, and it goes to what Rob was talking about, but you can have seronegative Lyme disease. So, I mean, it's a complicated issue from that perspective.
I think it is a complicated issue. That's why we got into this circle for an hour before lunch, because of the issues. If you want to put that, here we are talking about Western blot bands again. If you want to put that into the IgMs, you're actually adding at least one band that isn't expressed until late disease, usually Lyme arthritis, and it's not going to change the approach, and it's actually encouraging the use of serology for early diagnosis of Lyme disease, which we just agreed is one of the pitfalls right now, is that physicians think, well, if I send a Lyme serology now for this patient in the first month of illness, I'll know whether they have Lyme disease or not, and we know that's false. So I think as well-intentioned as this is, I really think it's, my own opinion, is not moving things forward. And I think it's, again, distracting from what we really want people reading the report to see, which is there's a need for improvement diagnostic tests. There's a way to go. And this drags us back into an area that I think is problematic from my point of view as a physician, maybe not from Richard's.
Well, and the other comment I would make is that CDC has no regulatory authority to tell a company to report bans. I mean, this is all part of the label of their test and how it's used. And most places use an FDA-cleared test. We don't use a homebrew test for Lyme disease. We use an FDA-cleared test for our own reference diagnostics at CDC. So I'm not sure just how, I don't disagree with the spirit of this, but it would do no good to require CDC to then issue a statement that labs have to do this.
Yeah, that's fine. CDC doesn't have to be in there. It can say appropriate federal agencies, which is said, and other, so appropriate federal agencies.
Yeah, I think we're going to go in circles and maybe spend another hour, or could be here till midnight. So I'll again put out the idea of the recommendation being that we empower patients with access to their own data, and then move the rest to sub-bullets, and we can flush this out as a recommendation down the road. Obviously, empowering patients with access to their own data is broader than just 31 and 34. It could be all about electronic health records, integrating all the different clinicians they have to see, doing that, empowering patients with their own data. So that would be my recommendation, turn the rest into a sub-bullet, and then we're dealing with the 31, 34 issue, at least in a couple places. We know it's flagged as a controversy, but clearly this does not have agreement, and we're going to need a lot more rigor and thought around it.
So I would say then if that's the, what you're thinking, that you need to, your own data, let's see, where's, okay. Oh, I would say then to access their own data, including all bands on a Western blot, on a Lyme disease Western blot. then that makes it specific and germane to this, and there can be no argument reading it that, that is the issue. And I would be fine with that.
I don't know. I suspect it may run into issues with Clinical Laboratory Improvement Act and what consists of data, and also with the FDA regulatory packaging, so it may be contradictory to statutes.
Well, that's why I said originally that we direct whatever agencies. In fact, I had another a proposal earlier, which was to say to the FDA that they allow in the packaging for Lyme disease testing the reporting out of bans. But I'm sorry, but this is a key issue, and if people want to vote no on it, that's fine. But I'm at the point where let's put the cards on the table, because this is something that's needed, and for whatever reason, it has not been ever addressed. And so
Let's hear from the FDA. I think, let's hear other people speak. And part of the reason it's probably not being addressed is because it's not finessed and the wording is not something everyone can agree on. So if we can have a discussion about how to move this forward, I think that's constructive. If not, it's just going to be a controversy and parking lot. So I think FDA maybe has some comments here. And again, if we can finesse this, I'm open to it. But if we're going in circles, I think we have our answer from before.
So, I mean, I would just say generally, and I think some of these things, I'm just repeating some of the concerns that have been already expressed. This is a very complicated issue. And there's not only, scientific and patient care issues, but there's legal issues, there's insurer coverage issues, there's the way, from my personal view, there's a lot of things wrapped up into this that could be unintended consequences that sitting here, I may not even think of, but I see the potential. And to your point earlier, when you direct Congress to direct agencies to take specific scientific actions in a vacuum of data and other information, as well intended as it may be, it may have an opposite effect, or it may have other unintended or unanticipated consequences. And I thought from the previous motion, which I understand is not this, that the path forward was, because this is an important issue, complicated issue, and there were concerns about the previous recommendations of a community of experts, that now maybe it's time to convene another community of experts meeting, looking at new data, looking at where we are now, with the concerns of the previous data, and having that group make a recommendation for the best path forward. And I think we all were comfortable with that. And now it seems that we're being asked to, in absence of that group, maybe sort of superseding that group, to now vote on something that is going to be making those signs, telling Congress to tell the agencies to do something.
You have the right to abstain or vote no. But my bottom line is, if I'm a Lyme patient and I get a Western blot, okay, I can't get my bands. I can't get them. Oh, wait a minute, that's my blood that you've taken. And so I'm entitled to that information. I'm entitled to have my doctor look at that information and decide I'll throw it in the trash can, or I will use my best clinical judgment to make a decision based on this patient. And as Richard pointed out, that doctors oftentimes have to go to court to defend that. Now they would have a line of defense, because they could look and say, and pull the literature on these other bans, and there's a lot of literature about that banding out there, and they could take that to court and say, this patient has these bands, here's the literature that supports it. So
Well, I can't speak to all the national tests, but we certainly see the bans, and Rich already pointed out that on the IgG, you do get the bans. So I really don't think that's correct, that you don't have access to those. And that's aside from what I think is the bigger question, which I agree completely with Estella on, that this is very complicated and it has the potential for good things or bad things. And I think we accepted that this was worthy of further discussion, but I think we should do it in a way that makes for the right, a balanced, well-supported scientific approach rather than something that's hammered out at 3:15 after an hour before lunch on the same issue.
So I'd like to have Pat restate the motion, and then I call the question.
Okay, yeah, and just one more statement. I brought this up on the phone call last Thursday. I just want to.
So just please restate the recommendation, and then I'd like to call the question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, move that Congress directs any appropriate agencies to allow labs to report out to report out 31 and 34 Western blot bands to assist clinicians to make a clinical diagnosis. And I'm sorry, I should have added what you said, honey, first. I'm sorry, Kristen. About, I'm sorry, getting flustered here. About the patient's access. So I apologize.
So Pat, could you read it?
Empower patients to access their own data, including all bands on a Lyme disease Western blot. I'm happy with that if that's simplifies.
It's your motion, yeah.
Okay, then I'm happy with that is,
I just want to correct something that I've just been Googling on, and 31 and 34 are not 2 of the 10 bands that CDC recognizes for IgG, and not part of the 3 bands for IgM. So I just want to correct that. So 31 and 34 are not used for diagnostically per the CDC criteria.
And then in terms of additional discussion, I mean, Pat, if you kept it general, like empowering patients to access their own data, and including all bands on Lyme disease Western blot as a sub-bullet, I think that opens up discussion for, future things. But if you want to have a motion on the specifics of the Western blot, they're 2 different things. So
right, I know, and it got kind of going back and forth. And may I ask did someone second my motion?
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
I think
Bob?
so, yeah.
Okay, may I ask my second?
called the
if
question.
he would, I know, I just wanted to ask him if he would agree to, if he feels that that's acceptable.
Empowering patients. It's about patients having the access to all the data that is tested, so, whether they're getting the diagnosis they need or if there is more treatment available, leave it to the clinician. If those bands are in that data and it makes the difference, it's the patient, I think it's the patient's information. They should have access to it.
But that's different than what says there. So empowering patients to access their own data, period. If that's a recommendation, that's one thing. But if we want to add in, including the all bands of Lyme disease or Western blot, that's different. So do you want to keep it general, or do you want the whole thing?
All of it.
Well, that's what we're discussing, right? The Western blot is what we're not seeing on the secondary test. Right, Richard?
The crux.
Yep. So are you seconding that motion?
Yes.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. I've called the question on debate. We'll do a roll call vote, okay? Dennis Dixon.
No.
Richard Horowitz.
Yes.
Lise Negrovic.
No.
Alan Richards.
No.
Tracy McGill.
No.
Pat Smith.
Yes.
Rob Smith.
No.
Wendy Adams.
Yes?
Ben Beard.
No.
Scott Cooper.
No.
Bob Sabat.
Yes.
No.
John Aucott, no.
Thank you very much, and we would put in a minority report on that. Thank you.
Right. Are there any subcommittees that, reporters that feel that they were neglected or didn't have something that they were able to present to the group? Last call for motions from subcommittee groups or individuals, so I want to be on record that everyone had a chance to say what they wanted to say. All right, I say accept that. We are done with presenting recommendations. So I'll need control back of the screen.
out the top piece of it.
Thank you. All right, so I'd like to review meeting 5 and the next steps. We've gone through a lot of motions that have been approved, one not. Next steps, sort of feel like if this is a baseball game, we've rounded second base and we're going towards third, maybe. And so the next steps are the writing groups and all the volunteers. We appreciate it. We've asking you to hold the spot for meeting 6 as a possible virtual meeting. The leadership group doesn't have a final on that, but we'll ask you to hold that date as a possible virtual meeting, June 21st. I'd just like to end with the acknowledgement of what an incredible group this is, the talent and knowledge and passion, and the fact that the process can work even when it gets down to nitty-gritty where we don't agree. But again, reminding us that we agreed about most things when we started the day yesterday, and those things still hold. There's a lot we agree on that can guide us, and there's a lot of challenges that we can be honest about and continue to work about. Kristen, do you have anything you'd like to say?
I think you're going to get to the next slide, but thanks to everyone who's come out for the past 2 days. Thanks to everyone virtually who's watching, shared your stories, continuing to give public input, public comment. All 67 people who scrubbed in for the subcommittee reports, which are now online for everyone. Huge amount of work, team effort, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you.
Take a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much.